Hey Renee, did you hear me? Oh, what a relief.
Well, mine don't have any either. This Oscar.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teeter.
Here.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Frank.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Councilmember Huseman.
Present.
Councilmember Elliott.
Present.
Councilmember Hordiola.
Present.
And council, please make sure you check present on your displays.
Oh, it's not, it's blank.
Yeah, well, you gotta touch it. It'll come up.
It's touchscreen.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. First thing I'd like to say is that we do have a new system up here, so please bear with us. Everybody's getting used to the new electronics, and we'll do the best we can. Secondly, I want to apologize for not being in a suit. 16 years of being on council. First time I ever showed up not in a suit. However, I had to be at the hospital with some family, and time did not allow for me to go home and change, so you get what you get tonight. All right. We do have an executive session. I want the city manager to discuss the potential items that could be moved. So let's start with that. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the City Council retreat this past weekend, City Council mentioned, given the length of the agenda tonight, it might be a better idea to move some non-critical agenda items tonight to another night. So the suggestion from staff would be to shift under item 10, presentations on the agenda, move presentation 19-08, presentation 19-10, and presentation 19-08 to future meetings. Since it might be rather late in the evening, we would recommend leaving the Cultural Council presentation on the agenda tonight. There are representatives of the Cultural Council either here or coming tonight to provide that presentation.
Mr. City Manager, because I didn't bring any electronics with me or anything because of where I was at, I don't have a 19-10, so I can't tell you. You got to tell me what to mark off.
So the three presentations we would suggest moving are 19-08, which is the capital program update, presentation 19-10, state of the court, and Judge Juarez was fine shifting his state of the court presentation, and shifting presentation 19-08, the 2018 quarter 4 work plan update.
Is it 09?
09.
What did I say?
There, thank you.
19-08, 19-10, and 19-09. It would be appropriate to do that by a motion.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I get them marked out here so that I know what we're doing.
Thank you, Jose.
08 and 10. Is that what you said, 10? Okay.
And 09.
9, 10, 8, 9, and 10.
8, 9, and 10. They're not
Thank
quite
you.
in that order on the agenda, but it's 8, 9, and 10.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion to allow for the agenda to be amended to remove those items as specified. Mr. Huseman.
Motion to adjust the agenda as recommended by the city manager, McBroom.
Thank you. Mr. Madera.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Will the city attorney please discuss the purpose of the executive session?
Thank you, Mayor Ford. I wanted to take an opportunity to identify the purpose of the executive session and the matter being discussed in that executive session. As the agenda makes clear, it's an executive session to obtain legal advice and for the council to provide input on the negotiations of a regional operator agreement that is in a draft form that is being negotiated by staff with Extraction Oil and Gas. The open meetings law allows for this to allow for frank discussion among council and with their legal counsel and to maintain negotiation positions in confidentiality. I want you to know that in this executive session, only city staff and the city's attorneys will be present along with the city council. Extraction will not be present. And coming out of the executive session, this operator agreement is still in negotiation. So council is not taking any action this evening on approving any form of agreement with any oil and gas company. Briefly on the concept of a regional operator agreement. Council will not take action on a regional operator agreement. It is a staff-approved agreement as provided for when council approved this option back in the fall as an amendment to the Land Development Code. The purpose of the agreement is for potential operators who have submitted a state permit application or a local permit application to negotiate provisions to better protect the health and safety of Commerce City. Let me just, so before staff actually approves that, ultimately, there is a public comment period. The current period is the negotiation. There will ultimately be a 21-day public comment period before which the document will be available for full public inspection. After that comment period, staff can approve it or reject it or continue to negotiate based on the comments received. So I think it's important to note what the operator agreement does not do. The Land Development Code, part of the city's code, prohibits this agreement from granting any long-term rights, which might be known as vested rights, or grandfathering from this agreement. It also doesn't approve specific locations. It may apply to locations and contemplate locations, but it doesn't approve anything. Even if a regional operator agreement is ultimately signed, the operator still must obtain all state and local permits. There must still negotiate a site-specific extraction agreement. So just to clarify, the purpose of this executive session is solely for council to provide input on the draft at this point, which is still in negotiation and will go through a public, transparent process.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, item on the agenda is for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session, including only the city council and staff, legal counsel pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parents B and E, for the purpose of determining negotiating positions, developing negotiation strategy, and instructing negotiators on receiving legal advice relating to the negotiations of a regional operator agreement with Extraction LLC and the city's response to state oil and gas permit applications. Is there such a motion? Councilwoman Frank.
I'll motion to enter into executive session.
Mr. Madera.
Second.
A motion and a second to enter into an executive session for the reasons stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. Let me go with the roll call so that this is on for the record.
One moment, please.
No problem.
Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. Ford? Okay, gotcha.
All right, for the record, there are 6 yes, 3 no. Motion is carried. We will go into executive session. We'll be back as soon as possible.
date is the 4th.
All right, we're out of executive session. Back to our regular meeting. Everybody's present. I want to turn it back over to the attorney to read the statement that he read before we went into executive session.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. The purpose of the executive session tonight was to provide council with an opportunity to get candid legal advice and to obtain council input on a draft regional operator agreement that the city staff is currently negotiating with the Extraction Oil and Gas Company. The purpose was not to approve any document, and City Council is not taking any action tonight to approve any oil and gas applications, permitting well sites, or anything like that. The open meetings law allows for this type of executive session to allow for frank discussion, candid legal advice, and to also maintain strict negotiation positions that have issues of confidentiality. This executive session included only City Council, City staff, and the city's attorneys. As we came out of this executive session, there's no action being taken tonight. There's still negotiating to do, and there's still a public input process. To speak briefly on the regional operator agreement, in the fall, the City Council approved a code change that allowed for staff to negotiate and ultimately approve an agreement with potential operators who have pending state and local permit applications to obtain better protections for health and safety for the city's residents. The regional operator agreement is not approved by council. It is not a drilling plan. Council is not approving anything tonight. There will be a public process before this proceeds towards any sort of approval or rejection. Before staff decides, there's a public comment period of 21 days for written comment, before which the full document will be made available for public input. The regional operator agreement does not do a number of things. The code specifically prohibits the regional operator agreement from granting long-term rights that are known as vested rights or grandfathering. It also doesn't approve of location. It simply applies standards set forth that are voluntarily agreed to by an operator across the city to the extent that a permit may be issued in the future. After a regional operator agreement is approved, if one is approved at all, the operator must still get all of their required state and local permits. They must also still negotiate a site-specific extraction agreement with the city, which will include a further public process. I just wanted to clarify those items for the public who may have wondered what the purpose of the executive session was solely to provide input so that staff could continue to negotiate towards the end of finding better protections for the community as a preliminary matter before getting public input on the matter.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on in our agenda. I'd like to ask everybody to stand for a moment of silence. Please keep in your thoughts Mr. Bud Thompson, longtime resident, passed away last week, and Penny Burrow, also longtime resident, passed away last week. We'll follow that up with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, will the staff please pass the microphone around and allow the audience to introduce themselves?
Chandler Newhall.
Spencer Crouch.
Thank you.
Brad Lenz, Oakwood Homes.
Jim Hayes, Oakwood Homes.
Jeff Mark, Terracina Design.
Kelly Lead, Oakwood Homes.
Layla Rosales, Terracina Design.
Andrew J. O'Connor.
Cliff Smedley.
Patty Sullivan.
Brad Callender, Community Development.
Keely Thompson.
Ron Booth, a.k.a. Captain America. John Myers.
Ryan Seastrom, Colorado Oil and Gas Association.
Amanda Demarest. Paige Slot.
Brian Kane, Extraction Oil and Gas.
Chad Yeager. Jeff Annable.
Rich Coolidge, Vital for Colorado. Dan Bruce.
Ron Bruce.
Carrie Jordan.
Heidi Hinkle, Broomfield Moms Active Community.
Ashley Hawkins.
Mike Kelly, resident. Rick Fernandez.
Susan Noble.
Michael and Remar.
Stu Nyholm, ACTAM.
Christine Nyholm.
Bruce Brashears, Front Range Energy Alliance.
Susan Kochevar, supporting oil and gas.
Nick Kliebenstein, Front Range Energy Alliance.
Cheryl Karstens, finance.
Austin Rollison.
Chris McGowan, Colorado Petroleum Council.
Maria Weiss.
Joe Wilson, Commerce City Public Works.
Ed Hansen, Commerce City Cultural Council.
Claude Boitel.
John Poynton, Adams 14 Schools.
Ferd Bells, LC Foldenwider Inc.
Kathy Blakeman, Human Resources.
Derek Seifert, resident.
Tim Gallagher, Reunion resident and board president at Landmark Academy at Reunion.
Mike Brown, Commerce City Parks and Recreation.
Dennis Moon, Police Department.
Rodney Prince, IT.
Daniela Villarreal, Community Liaison.
Guillermo Serna.
Hola, buenas noches. Yo soy Lucy, and I am part also of the DAC, the District Accountability and Advisory Committee of Adams 14. I'm also part of the Cultural Council of Commerce City and a resident of Commerce City. Muchas gracias.
Sean Cuevo, resident.
Renee Bullock.
Deborah Bullock, Commerce City Cultural Council.
Michael Kanapasik, Fox 31. And Rico Romero, Fox 31.
All right, thank you all for being here tonight. We do have a lot of folks signed up for citizen communication. That's the next item on our agenda. Per the City Council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address the council on businesses and affairs of the city. If you are here to speak on an ordinance or a resolution, and I did see some folks that did sign up concerning one of our public hearings that's later in the agenda, we'll need to have you wait until that particular time in the meeting to comment on items that are to be heard under resolution or ordinance. City Council is not able to hear any comments on land use matters that are before or may come before City Council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, and we will be watching the clock tightly tonight just because of the amount of people we have signed up. So when I call your name, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and I'm going to start with Dan Bruce.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Dan Bruce, 15800 East 121st Avenue, Commerce City resident and property owner. Would the council please delay approving the memorandum of understanding for any oil and gas regional operators agreement until after the conclusion of the current state legislative session? This would also give time for a Commerce City Citizens Focus Group to analyze the current proposal and make recommendations to the council prior to any approval. Barring that, would the City Council direct the city manager to include the following verbiage in any regional operators agreement? Regardless of any prior agreements, all activities of any regional gas and oil operators are subject to and not exempt from any future controls or regulations to be put in place by the state of Colorado or Commerce City through its elected officials or the COGCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, looks like O'Connor. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Ford and Commissioner Douglas. Good to see you again. And Commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The first thing I want to say is that
we need your address for the
record. Okay. Andrew J. O'Connor, 1220 West Devonshire Court, Lafayette, Colorado.
Thank you.
The health, safety, and welfare of the public must be paramount and superior to the frackers' desire to make money at the expense of the people. Fracking poses an existential threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the people. This inherently dishonest, toxic, and lethal industry cannot be allowed to put pipelines under 110 homes here in Commerce City. Your job is to protect the public. The COGCC's job is to protect the public. The frackers don't care. Extraction oil doesn't care. They lie. They're going to come up here and tell you that there's absolutely no threat to public safety. That's a blatant lie. They're liars. Here are the facts. Fracking causes a whole host of diseases, including cancer, including leukemia. Where I live in Lafayette, Boulder County, children they have their blood levels are being tested, and they have high levels of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. Okay, they're at risk of leukemia and all kinds of cancers. Again, extraction oil doesn't care. I think that this industry should be bankrupted, should be driven out of Colorado. We don't want them here. They pose an existential threat to the people's health, safety, and welfare. They are underfinanced. I think you should demand $1 million bond. They don't have the money. These guys are on the verge of bankruptcy. They're completely irresponsible. They are completely financially irresponsible, and they could care less about the people or the financial stability. What's going to happen is that they're going to file bankruptcy and pull out, and you guys are going to be left with the cleanup. It's outrageous, the lies and dishonesty of this industry. Do not believe a word they say. They cannot be believed. They are liars. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Bruce. I think that's right. Come on up.
Ron Bruce, 15800 East 121st Avenue. Good evening. I come from a medical background. We have two guiding principles that I think is appropriate to your deliberations right now. Number 1, do no harm. Number 2, informed consent. Do no harm is pretty self-explanatory. The health, welfare, and safety of the patient is paramount. If I, as a doctor, am going to do something to or for the patient, the intent is to make sure I will be improving their lives. Informed consent can be a little bit trickier if you allow it to be. When I'm discussing a surgery, I'm explaining the procedure, why, the benefits, and the risks. I know some of my colleagues used to gloss over the risks. The patient was handed a consent form, please sign. But the patient has to be informed, risk of infection, delay of healing, complications, overcorrection, undercorrection. This becomes full disclosure. I'm glad to hear from our attorney that full disclosure is going to be coming. If we don't get it, we as residents don't have a chance to give you an informed consent or not. From the previous study sessions, Mr. Madeira, I just wanted to address something that had come up. You are one of our elected officials, and we are giving you the responsibility to make a decision whether Panda Express is going into Reunion, whether Tower Road is being widened, whether a new hotel is going up. But when our health, welfare, and safety is at stake, then you become my representative. And my wishes, needs, desires have to be heard. Finally, Mayor, I'm going to take exception to the 60% that was brought up January 14th. 60% did vote against the setback. That was after they were pummeled for weeks on end with a multi-million-dollar campaign of ads and trickle-down economics.
And I mentioned that.
And I'm agreeing that. The elephant in the room question should be, do we want fracking in our neighborhoods? Which brings us back to disclosure and informed consent. And that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Cuevo. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sean Cuevo. Address is 11754 Hannibal Street in Commerce City. Last year, this council mentioned the fact that you were preempted by the state. However, an opportunity has been presented to us now that the state legislature is working towards changing that. Why not wait then? Why not wait to be empowered to do what you want for our city? You're the people that we elected to help protect us. Why not wait to be empowered to do so? At the last study session, I heard that only 15% of the community is knowledgeable about fracking in our community. They have a right to know what's happening in their neighborhoods. They have a right to be informed about these threats to their health, to their family's health. There's a lot of peer-reviewed evidence that I've spoken about before as to the dangers of fracking. And the last thing I want is for our city to become another cautionary tale that's broadcasted on national television for people to laugh at. I love our city. I don't want to leave. I want to be able to raise my kids here. Even if they do everything they say, even if they ensure us that they will protect us, this is a company that's lost 70% of its value in the last year alone. This might not even be the company that is here in a few years doing the fracking. And how are we to guarantee that whoever comes here next will protect us, or that we won't be left holding the bag? I'm asking you to create a task force of citizens to assess the risks that face our community. I'm asking you to slow down on the approvals, to not approve them. Don't let fracking into our neighborhood don't endanger us. Councilman Huseman, or I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, but you responded to me on Nextdoor today, and I really appreciate your candidness and your transparency. But I have to say that not only I, but a lot of people that I've talked to feel in the dark about this whole process, that this is something that is looming over us, that is just going to happen to us. I am very lucky that I can come here and take the time to speak to you, to take the time to be informed about the situation, to take the time out of my day to be informed. I'm in a very privileged position to be able to do that. It shouldn't be a privilege to be informed. The public has a right to know what's going on. 15% being informed is not representative of the people that you serve. So please, take the time to be transparent. Please take the time to really get this message out there. Let the people know that this is happening and let them decide. Thank you.
Thank you. John Myers?
Thank you, Mayor Ford and council members. I am John Myers. My address is 16154 East 105th Street. And I'm here really representing three families because my wife and I live in Buffalo Mesa, but our daughters live in River Oaks with their husbands and two grandkids. And we live in this community because that's where they live, and we wanted to be close to our grandkids to help raise them. I'm here to comment on the regional operators agreement, and I will tell you that you've heard from other people. You'll not hear from anybody else who has the kind of public policy background that I have. I've never been a city council member, but I have served as a state legislator, executive assistant to a governor, and I've worked on state policy education issues across the country. I've been to all 50 states. I've worked with state policymakers everywhere. I will say that education policy is different than the kind of policy I want to comment about today, but it is not any less important. But clearly, I would argue that when we look at political policy, you have to think about political will and the will of the people and really the political environment. And we have a changing political environment today in Colorado and across the nation and across the world. And that changing political environment addresses the issues that you'll be considering as part of your regional operators agreement. So the focus group that you're talking about putting together, the input from the community, it's important. And public policy can only be made when people are well informed. So I'm somebody at this point that's going to say to you, hold on. In the last couple of weeks, I have visited with a dozen state legislators. I am confident that there will be changes. And the city council should wait to see what those changes are in order to be able to address these needs going forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Austin Rowan?
My name is Austin Rawlston. I live at 7095 Pontiac Street in Commerce City, Colorado. And I'm here to ask City Council to not wait for the state legislature to make up its mind before discovering its own possibilities. We all know how well large bodies of legislative actors work together. We saw government shut down at the federal level, and we'll see more backlash and more gridlock at the state level. Do not allow a large body, a large group as a state legislator to shackle and to mute the voices here in Commerce City. We voted you to make decisions and to make decisions that are going to affect us, and not to wait around for a large legislative body to try to hash out something which in the reality might not ever happen because of gridlock. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Molina? I'm messing your last name up, but come on up and state your name and address for the record, Lucy.
Hola, buenas noches. Good night. Good evening. My name is Luz Elena Molina, actually Lucy Molina, and it is 6650 Claremont, Commerce City 80022. Start? Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. I live 1 block away from Suncor. So if many people don't know that, but those that do, I live 1 block away from one of the biggest oil refineries here. And I know growing up in Commerce City is like we know when we're driving into the city because it smells like it. And I thought like growing like, wow, why would we want to continue adding more of these things? One, I would like to say I buried my grandma we buried my grandma in April of last year. She died of cancer. I buried my aunt. She was only 60 years old this December. So if people those that follow me and what I do, I am very involved in my community. I'm part of the DAC here in Adams 14. I'm also part of the Cultural Council. I also run an organization that works directly with the immigrant community, which I represent. We are not being told what's going on. We are not. I did go door to door asking people, and a lot of the Latino community, specifically the Spanish-speaking community, have no idea what's going on. We don't. Another thing, living in where I live, those that live around me, I don't know if you guys ever hear those big old bombs at night that rattle the whole block. I mean, it's like, we're getting bombed right down the street. It's coming from the refinery, right? All the buzzing at night, where is that coming from? We can't even sleep at night. The health, it does affect our mind. Our kids, even to get up in the morning, they don't sleep at night right. We have a lot of issues even in our education system here. I'm part of this great EMO process here for the district of Adams 14, and I'm very, very concerned for my children. I'm a single mother. I feel this is a city right now that's being attacked from all directions. Education, oil and gas. As a single parent, raising my kids here, I'm here because this is the only place I was able to afford. I made my life here. And I did elect all of you. And I will go to your house and ask you and beg you to help us, listen to the community. Okay, and also the Latino community, the Spanish-speaking community especially. We have no idea what's going on. We run a business here, Joyeria Londra, for almost 20 years. Nobody stopped by to tell us what's going on. Nothing. I do see the efforts. I'm part of also LET, the Latino Engagement Task Force, with the police department here. I was here last week. Nobody told us what was going on. I do. I expect answers. And our community does too, especially the Spanish community here. 70% of our demographics, 70% is Spanish speaking, and where are they? Let's do our job. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Susan Noble.
Susan Noble, 10642 Olathe Street. I'd like to point out that Extraction's timing is impeccable. Today dropped spacing hearing notices for Potomac Farms, Buffalo Mesa, and Turnberry. On behalf of North Range concerned citizens, I would like to convey our concern that Extraction Oil and Gas may be pressuring and threatening the city to reach an agreement as quickly as possible by claiming it will withdraw its support of, for example, the best management practices draft or any reciting that may have been discussed. Any agreement reached and finalized now and in haste would give Extraction the vested right to drill before the state has an opportunity to review the mission of the COGCC, reform the COGCC, and enact legislation that will prioritize the health, safety, and welfare of residents throughout Colorado. The COGCC would accept this agreement between a city and an operator prior to a hearing as the basis for issuing permits. The agreement would be grandfathered and no new regulations or rules would apply. In addition, we of North Range Concerned Citizens believe that greater transparency in the process and public participation are warranted. If extraction oil and gas is pressuring you to move quickly, it is to the city's detriment and to the company's benefit. There is no rush to frack. The oil and gas will be there. We also understand that the conditions in the model extraction agreement, which needed to be strengthened actually, may no longer even exist, such as a 1 mile setback from the arsenal and Bar Lake. None of these changes was done with public input to our knowledge, and in fact, that 2012 agreement has been replaced by the best management practices draft. Further, even the BMP has had no public scrutiny in the light of day. With only 15% of the Commerce City Quality of Life Survey respondents indicating that they had good knowledge of oil and gas, we know you want to make certain that your constituents understand the full impact of the applications before the COGCC. Please allow for Commerce City residents to weigh in on what the oil and gas industry is proposing in and around our homes, schools, parks, and the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, also known as Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeremy, looks like Jeremy Rodriguez, I'm not sure, I can't read the last name. Jeremy something, Rod something. Come on up. Is there a Jeremy or a Jerry? No? All right, moving on. Guillermo Cerna.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. City up north was supposed to be the savior of Commerce City. It was built on trust that what was promised at that particular time, which some of you sitting up there were here or were not here, the promise of a future that was supposed to be clean industry, not just on top, but also on the bottom, because we know what can happen on the bottom. You have that decision. You say that you got legal advice, but what does the community need? We need time. The first well that was built, I'll remind you again, took more time, okay, than what is happening. And now you got 100 and some wells, possibility with more to come. Instead of us looking at solutions as to what should be happening, we're discussing and destroying this community, one against the other. And the trust factor for you in what you're going to need in the near future to keep finishing the rest of half of Commerce City that needs to be grown. You're creating more problems than solving them. Me, I don't feel safe. I see the people around me that bought homes, and they're scared because they're not getting the right information. They're looking to the legislature because what was passed, nobody knows whether that's going to work or not. And they're looking to you to give us the time, either through the legislature, to look at how these things can be controlled and we can have input. The input that you see tonight, minus the input that's not here that was just mentioned, okay, is because of the north. City down here, they don't respond too good because they don't get enough information or communication. You're getting the results of up north because that's one of the accomplishments that you've made, and that's participation in perspective to a higher learning person. Take a look at 104th. How stable is it when we have to have that concrete repaired every 6 months?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chandler Newhall.
Good evening, Mayor Ford and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight.
Good evening.
Chandler Newhall, and I live at 15700 Monahan Road. It's just north of here in Adams County, out there by Bar Lake, and where there's already wells around my property. And I just wanted to state that I am in support of the oil and gas industry, and I believe what they're doing is what's good. And that's partially why I chose to live here in the state for the past 13 years. That's why I brought my family here. That's why I've chose to raise my children here. And where I live at my house, there are wells right near me. They're older wells, and I look forward to these new innovative technologies with drilling and completions, and so that these older wells can be removed and these newer technologies be put in place. So I welcome the oil and gas industry.
Thank you. Paige Slot? Is that right? Paige? Is there a Paige?
Paula.
No, it's Paige. S-L-A-V-G-H-T, last name? Or U-G-H-T? No Paula? Okay. Moving on. Amanda Demarest. Hopefully I said that right. Is there an Amanda? No? You're good? Okay. Jeff Annabelle? Come on up.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for hearing me. I just moved to 10433 Yosemite in Bell Creek, just bought my first home. And I work in the oil and gas industry, and I'm in full support of extractions, development plans. I'm not nervous at all about what their plans are, and that's pretty close to my house. So I just wanted to say I'm in full support of what they're doing there. And I hope you guys approve their development plan or development agreement. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Ryan Seastrom.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Ryan Seastrom, 1800 Glenarm Place, Denver, Colorado. I was originally going to speak to the item on the agenda a little bit later, but I do just want to thank the city for their very public stakeholder process regarding the oil and gas industry and the potential developments that are to occur here in the city. I thank you for your time and your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Jordan? No comment. Thank you. Patty Sullivan?
Hi, good evening, and thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to your community. I also do a lot of volunteer work and serve my community as well.
Patty?
This is a volunteer.
Can I get your address, please?
Okay. I live in the first filing in Broomfield. It is not the area being fracked. I have a degree in water quality, civil engineering, and I've unfortunately been forced to become a water activist in the state of Colorado. I got my degree envisioning that the EPA would set the standards, and I've drank the tap water my whole life, and I've always felt that a community should have 100% confidence in the water we drink. I'm not comfortable at all with all the fracking moving into Broomfield, the detention pond where the water treatment plant sits. Basically, the air and the water interact all day, every day, and all the chemicals getting in the air, I'm sure they'll get in the water and, cause cancers and different kinds of diseases and crazy stuff that I don't want in my community. So that's kind of, why I'm here. I am in touch with a Flint water activist in Flint, Michigan. There has been no justice whatsoever at this point that I can see. And a lot of stuff is pending in court. But basically, the lead poisoning that was provided there will affect those children's children and grandchildren. It has the ability to affect your DNA and change it. And They will have brain problems, neurological problems. Not only them, but next generations will. So the choices we make about our environment and the choices we make about public safety are very enduring, and they not only have an impact on the health of who lives here now, but potentially on the health of who will live here in the future. I think we are in a climate crisis. We are seeing less and less snowpack from all the carbon, the fossil fuels being burned. As we have less and less water, we're dropping chemicals, we're having more wildfire, and we're having more drought. We have a growing population, so we're needing more water. The developers want to have more water, but so does the oil and gas industry. The water that the oil and gas industry uses, it's too contaminated to put back into our households. The water we use at our household is re-cleaned up, recycled. It's brought back out and it's able to be reused. So water is a very tight situation. I'm just urging that we don't have a reversal in lifespan like we see in India, where the average lifespan is 60 years old, because their water is crap, their air is crap, and that has an impact on your health. You can take the same person and put them in a different environment, and they will have those consequences of either disease or a shorter lifespan.
Thank you.
So I have solar panels, I have electric plug-in car, and there are other ways of doing things.
We have to stop you there.
So-
I've got a lot of other people that need to speak.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you. Ashley Hawkins.
Hi there. My name is Ashley Hawkins. I live at 1470 Osceola Street in Denver, Colorado. I'm a resident and homeowner in Denver County, but I'm here tonight because this topic is critically important for everyone in our state. The air that we breathe and our finite water supply. I implore you to do what is right and wait until new oil and gas development is ruled on by our governor and other state officials in our legislative session. We shouldn't be hasty in decision-making regarding the potential contamination of our water and air. Not only the short-term impacts, but the long-term implications need to be considered. It's imperative that the public is allowed to weigh in, particularly on matters that directly impact our health, safety, well-being, and property values. Please stand up for our communities and your constituents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your time in public service.
Thank you. Heidi Hinkle.
Good evening. I'm Heidi Hinkle from Broomfield, 14049 Park Cove Drive, and I represent the Broomfield Moms Active Community. I'm here from Broomfield, and I want you to protect your citizens and use the precautionary principle like our medical personnel. We are affected by what happens here in Commerce City. I was part of an extensive planning group that just hosted hundreds of medical personnel at an oil and gas medical symposium at CSU, sponsored by the Colorado School of Public Health and CSU Environmental Justice Group, and I will send you the videos from the doctors like Dr. Sandra Steingraber and Dr. Stephanie Malin and others who are on the front lines of the data pointing to harm that fracking brings. We have over 1,300 studies proving harm. We now have hundreds of medical personnel newly educated on our situation and are ready to take action using the precautionary principle. And your citizens deserve this too. I had a meeting last week with Senator Leroy Garcia, sharing our Broomfield story, sharing the data, asking him to also use the precautionary principle and support new legislation that will protect our citizens' health and safety in the will of the people. We look forward to this legislative session on oil and gas. In Broomfield, extraction has already run over a burrowing owl population, buckled one of our roads, and we've already had a hydrogen sulfide leak. They haven't even started drilling. We've had many trucks that are out of Houston, Texas on our roads. These are outside interests extracting our resources for exportation. You must wait. We will have legislation that will give localities better leverage when it comes to health and safety. We will have better force pooling laws, COGCC reform, and more. You need to slow down to allow you to actually represent your residents. You must abide by your oath of office. Moving forward with extraction is not serving your constituents or allowing you to be true to your oath of office. We seek a very public and transparent process as you consider any and all oil and gas proposals in or around the community, and do not feel rushed by extraction oil and gas. I'm hearing over and over how this is not a transparent process, and that's what happened in Broomfield, and now they have a lawsuit on their hands. We encourage you to scrutinize extraction's business model and give your citizens the upper hand. They deserve the precautionary principle and the protection of their health and safety and better laws to protect them. Choose to be on the right side of history. Choose to represent your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Stu, no, Nihol? Stu?
Stu Nyholm at 13789 Franklin Street, Brighton, Colorado. And thank you very much for this opportunity. As was mentioned, there was a medical symposium that I also attended. Very impressive, having 8 hours of speakers talking about the health effects of oil and gas development upon individuals. What was most impressive to me was the fact that one professor from CU presented a study that showed not only health effects, but more specifically air effects, air inversions, air contamination by VOCs from an incident that happened approximately 25 miles away. And that was from Extraction's explosion, I think, that happened on December 22nd. But he was able to very clearly demonstrate disturbances, increases in volatile organic compounds and other markers specific to oil and gas 25 miles away. So think about that. If you're having wells, hundreds of wells driven and developed close to your neighborhoods, think about the impact of that operations upon the health of the individuals. We have multiple studies. What we don't have at the present time are really longitudinal studies for a long period of time, but you know, the 1,033 studies have been completed or more. We have studies by the New York folks that have a fifth compendium out showing 350 studies that are really vetted and peer reviewed. So I urge you really to take a pause at this present time. I also work with children, and I have some experience in terms of what's happened to the children in Hudson that had to shelter in place as a result of an industrial accident on an oil and gas place. They lost sleep, they had encaprices, they were afraid of going to school. The damages were fairly significant. And most of those children have thankfully improved, but there's still those children who have PTSD-like kind of symptoms. The sleeplessness of one child, the disturbance of one child is one child too many. So I come back. I urge you to take a moratorium, to take a pause, to take a look at what's the potential impact of these wells, not only upon adults, but also upon children. God forbid we have another incident like we had in Hudson in which children had to remain in place, shelter in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Nihol.
Christine Nyholm, 13789 Franklin Street, Brighton. I've lived in unincorporated Adams County for most of my life. I raised my 5 kids there about 3 years ago when they were going to put 19 wells across the street from my house. I got involved. I just started researching what will that effect have on me and my family. And I have to say, for the last 3.5 years since then, I have thought about it every single day. My kids are grown up now, so they're not living there. It's just my husband and I. But what I found through all of my research, staying up night after night, I too went to the medical conference. I've attended other conferences. I've read books. I've done everything I can do to possibly see, is this something we should have near our neighborhoods? And Everything I have learned in the past 3.5 years says absolutely not. It will impact our health. The proof is out there now. We didn't have a proof a few years ago, but when we were talking about a few vertical wells here and there, we are now talking about mega-sized well pads drilling out horizontally for 2-3 miles, and we have no idea what impact that is going to have on us yet. So we're the guinea pigs still to, find that out. So I'm just asking you, just wait. There's no rush to get this out of the ground. It'll be there. It's been there for millions of years. It'll stay. Just take your time, look at the data, wait to see what happens in our legislature that gives you the ticket to help to protect your people and your neighborhoods. I mean, Commerce City is growing leaps and bounds. All these beautiful new neighborhoods. And you want to keep your reputation as good and clean as possible. So I just beg you just to hold off a little bit and wait and see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Booth.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ron Booth. I live at 8060 King Street in Westminster here in Adams County. First, I want to applaud the fact that this council has had the wisdom to put on its agenda for this evening a resolution to form a focus group, take a closer look at the many issues regarding fracking that have been discussed here tonight. Others will speak far more eloquently than I about the health and safety issues. Particularly the more dramatic things when things blow up in things. I learned a long time ago that a wise man tries to do as Native Americans once did, which is try to look 7 generations down the road. We can look at our neighbors in Oklahoma and see that they have had significant impact of what are now scientifically proven to be fracking-induced earthquake activity, seismic activity. Nothing major that's knocking down buildings or anything, some minor cracks here and there. But the fracking that we are seeing taking place here in Colorado today only began as recently as 2009, though the fracking industry would like us to believe that this has been going on for decades and decades. The truth is, it has not. And we have to pause and wonder, as we frack thousands and thousands of feet horizontally under our communities, or where our communities might be built in another 5, 10, 15 years, what might this seismic activity, if it's induced by fracking, have on our underground infrastructure, our water lines, our sewer lines, and potentially, most dangerously, the gas lines leading to our homes? What happens to them? And will Extraction Oil and Gas or any other gas company that might come to this council for its okay to drill and frack, are they going to indemnify future residents against such possible hazards? Unlike others, I'm not going to refer to Extraction Oil and Gas as liars. They're truth tellers. They're half-truth tellers. When I was quite young, my parents taught me that when you tell half-truths, that's the same as being a damn liar. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, from our list of residents to speak, that would take care of all of those who had something to speak on oil and gas. I do have 3 folks that are signed up, Tim Gallagher, Keely Thompson, and Ferd Bell, to speak on the Reunion PUD, but I need you to do that during the time of that public hearing. And then I have one more, Mr. Guillermo Serna, but you need, I'm going to ask you, since you already spoke on oil and gas, I limit you to parking only. Come on up. State your name and address for the record.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place. Oh, 2-3 months ago, we went through the parking situation, brought it up, council looked at it, and voted not to change my problem. and prospectively somebody else's problem also. The officers I called this last Friday, and we were having problems removing a truck from in front of my property line in perspective to having them move it because we were going to receive visitors. And I wanted them to park in front of our house. The daughter went and she got met at the door with a little hostility. Called the police, and I'll give them a lot of credit. It took them a while to get there, but there was one thing lacking, and that is, what do you do when there's confrontation? And their hands are tied, and they tell you just exactly what they told me before. Nothing was really settled. The problem is still there. And the community is not being educated, and the policemen don't have any other resort, okay? Get a budget or something to assist the police chief to communicate what is really out there as far as this ordinance. Children don't read it. Some of the adults don't read it. The only time that they're read or thought of is when there is a confrontation. And the wife doesn't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Neither does the daughter or anybody that comes over. Got a call this morning from the sergeant, asked all the questions, but that's all he can do. I don't know whether it's going into a database, because he didn't really quite have all the information, and it's not his fault, because I don't know if they have the equipment to get it done or not. But we're still in the same situation, and it's not good. There's more than 6 cars in the next door, and I can't do anything about it. And unless I called the policeman in, he gave them advice, but they didn't even know where the proper lines were. The policeman told them, if I may, the policeman told them, okay, and they did their best. But they need something else to get these people educated.
I think we got the gist of it. I'd like to ask Deputy Chief in the back to speak with Mr. Cerna concerning parking so that you can give the council an update as to some recommendations for his concerns, please. Thank you, Mr. Cerna.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us through the citizen communication portion of our meeting this evening. We're moving into the agenda. First item on the agenda, consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They're presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council wish to remove any item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Mr. Douglas?
Yes, I have 2. Let's see, Resolution 2019-03 and Resolution 2019-04.
03 and 04.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Resolution 2019-03 is resolution to appoint members. I read the wrong title. It's Resolution 2019-04, resolution to authorize award of contract for right of landscaping maintenance services. And Resolution 2019-12, resolution setting the public hearing date for annexation AN 250-19.
2019-4 and 2019-12. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Got a request to remove ordinance 2019-4 and 2019-12, which we will do. That leaves 4 remaining items on the consent agenda. Is there any other council members that wish to remove an item off of the consent agenda? Seeing none, I ask for a motion on the consent agenda. Mr. Huseman.
Motion to approve the consent agenda by council is seated as amended by Councilman Douglas.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the city attorney please read the remaining 4 titles of the consent agenda?
The minutes of January 7, 2019, Ordinance 2196, an ordinance amending the 2018 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant in the amount of $175,000 for the acquisition of the Forest Drive property located at 6017 Forest Drive in Commerce City and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2019-02, resolution approving City 2018 Highway User Tax Fund HUTF report. Resolution 2019-03, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. The titles have been read. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, the consent agenda is approved unanimously by the council this evening. We do have the 2 items that were removed. For further discussion, let's start with Ordinance 2019-4. Mr. Douglas, you want to give us the reasons for pulling that?
Yeah, I have some questions. On this landscaping maintenance service, I know a couple, well, I wouldn't say a couple of them. I know one for sure wasn't contracted out before, and that was up by the Bison Rec Center. But the other one's landscaping service, was that previously done by our Parks and Recs, our Public Works Department?
I believe Mike Brown is here who can shed some additional light on that contract.
Good evening. All of the areas included in this contract have been contracted since their inception. 104th Avenue, Quebec Street, the Victory Crossing area, and what's being added to it is the new areas around the Recreation Center, Potomac Street, those portions of 112th Avenue.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Anyone else have any questions concerning Resolution 2019-04? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion. Mr. Huseman.
Motion to approve Resolution 2019-04, resolution authorizing award of contract for right-of-way landscape maintenance services.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. City Attorney, please read the title.
Resolution 2019-04, resolution authorizing award of contract for right-of-way landscape maintenance services.
Thank you. Title's been read. I'll ask, do I need a roll call vote on that one, right? No? Voice vote? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. All right, next one, Resolution 2019-12. Mr. Douglas?
Yes, resolution setting the public hearing date. By reading through this documentation, it shows March 18, 2018. I did talk to our attorney, and I believe we can make those changes tonight.
Yes, if that was an error, it is on my part for not proofreading closely enough. A motion to amend that, to change that, would just be a motion to approve this resolution, provided the date of the hearing is for March 4, 2019, or March 18, 2019, whatever the date is.
Any other comments or questions concerning Resolution 2019-12? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion. Mr. Huseman?
Motion to approve Resolution 2019-12, provided the date of the year is changed from 2018 to 2019.
Mr. Madera?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the attorney please read the title?
Resolution 2019-12, resolution setting the public hearing date for annexation AN 25019.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. That will take us through the consent agenda. And we'll go into public hearings. We have Z781, which is the Reunion PUD Zone Amendment 5. I would remind council to use the public hearing portion to ask questions. Please wait until the public hearing is closed to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. I'm going to go ahead and now open the public hearing and invite the staff forward to make their presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is for case Z-7810204, 0506, 1017, and 19. This is the Reunion PUD Zone Document Amendment. Just a quick street view snapshot of the area that the council is considering this evening. These are all the undeveloped properties in Reunion, south of East 112th Avenue, west of E470, east of Highway 2, and north of 96th Avenue. The property is currently zoned PUD. As you can see outlined in the blue areas, orange zoning of the PUD designation. There are a multitude of future land use designations on the various properties involved in this amendment. Starting in the E470 Tower Road area, you have commercial to office flex and mixed use to E470. As you move westward into some of the lower density areas, you have residential low, residential high, open space and medium down towards Chambers and 104th. Moving down to 96th Avenue, there are a multitude of other designations, including mixed use, medium, and residential high. And then in the southeast corner of the amendment is a public park and school site. And as you can see in the aerial photograph, these are all the undeveloped properties inside the Reunion development. And so the request the council is considering this evening, they're asking to amend the Reunion PUD for all those undeveloped areas I described. This is approximately 1,700 acres. And the current PUD zone document for Reunion was created 16 years ago. And due to changing conditions over that time, including having a new master developer, has brought the need for a PUD amendment for Reunion. This amendment includes villages 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 9, and village 10 is also included. Just for clarification, the proposed PUD zone document amendment does not change the number of homes that are already approved within the PUD. Park sites are not removed as part of this amendment. The proposed amendment still provides and expands opportunities for new schools, and the PUD amendment provides more types of commercial land uses, and roadway classifications will remain unchanged from the current transportation plan. So diving right into the first area is Village 1, and currently this comprises villages 1, 2, 3, and 4. The applicant's requesting to amend the PUD to combine this as one Village 1, and this is the area that's just west of E470, south of 112th, and north of 104th Avenue. Just some highlights of this particular change in this village would be that High Plains Parkway will have a narrower street width to allow for safer pedestrian access. There will be a parkway loop around this planning area 1D, and that will be just west of a future transit site. In this village, some of the new and revised land uses that are included in the amendment will include things such as hospitals, health facilities, public stadiums and auditoriums, indoor climate-controlled storage, educational facilities, and outdoor storage of RVs, boats, and buses. Moving on and moving west of that site, that's Village 7. This is around Buffalo Run Golf Course. They are proposing to access the planning areas that are around the golf course at key points between golf holes. The primary change to this area is they're asking for a lot reduction in this area that's shown as 7E2 and 7B2. They're asking to revise the minimum lot size from 7,000 to 4,000 square feet. The areas that are around the edges of those particular planning areas would maintain their existing 7,000 square foot lot minimum, which is currently allowed in the PUD zone document. The western portion of 7E1 will be developed in a similar manner to those lots along Fairway Drive on the south side of the golf course here with gallery homes. And again, those lots around the golf course would maintain a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. And moving westward from that spot to Village 8, this is where a future expansion of Buffalo Golf Course had been anticipated. That has now been removed, and they do include potentially a location for a first tee golf course instead. The biggest change to this particular village would be that 8C and 8F, as you can see, this planning, these two planning areas here, northwest of the King Super Site, would be a active adult community restricted to ages 55 and up. This particular planning area does include some enhanced greenways and open space connectivity along the Second Creek Trail system. Moving southwest of that site, this is along 96th Avenue and south of 104th Avenue, west of Chambers Road. The biggest changes here are moving the alignment of Potomac Street offline. You can see this dashed line here represents its existing configuration. The applicant proposes to move Potomac southwesterly to intersect with 96th Avenue. The purpose for this is to promote better neighborhood design within these planning areas that would abut Potomac Street. The school neighborhood park site has been moved from the western edge of the Village 9 into the center. And they also include a proposed park along Sable Boulevard in the eastern part of Village 9. And Village 10, this is going to remain pretty much unchanged. This is still slated for a high school site and a community park site, and this represents basically the remaining portion of what is left of Village 10. There were some erroneous language in the current PUD zone document, some typos essentially, and in this amendment, though, that language will be cleared up. Other changes included in this PUD zone document amendment are some modifications to the bulk standards, and the most notable and change in these bulk standards would be the reduction of the detached cluster home size from 1,100 to 900 square feet. And this is to allow the developer to develop their American Dream product, which is intended for emergency responders, teachers, and military personnel. The Planning Commission did support the square footage reduction. It does enable a better urban design where we do allow cluster lot home density, and it does provide a means for affordable housing. Moving on, included in the amendment are some changes to the land use table. Currently, again, the PUD zone document is 16 years old, so there's some unclear language and some outdated terminology in that document. The land use table that's proposed in this PUD zone document tonight is modeled directly from the land use table in the Land Development Code. It has been refined to be compliant with land uses that would be allowed on the future land use map within the areas that I just described. The staff and the applicant met on various occasions to refine that list and to with the most appropriate land uses. So again, some notable land uses included in the amendment include the indoor climate controlled mini storage and warehouse without outdoor storage. This will be prohibited adjacent to arterial streets. And there would also be agricultural services that are education related, and that includes animal production, support services, riding stables, equestrian training, livestock, and veterinary services to be accessories for an educational village in Village 1. Other notable land uses, of course, are hospitals, outpatient surgical centers, funeral homes, and the outdoor storage of RVs, boats, and buses. That is only allowed in Village 1 for conditional use in one planning area, and that's the one that's the easternmost planning area in Village 1. The DRT recommended a condition to Planning Commission to remove the land use outdoor storage of RVs, boats, and buses. But the Planning Commission recommended to City Council that the use remain inside the PUD zone document. Some additional features that are in this PUD zone document are road profiles. These road profiles do meet current city standards. And back in October, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting in which over 1,000 residents were contacted. The applicant had a wide array of information provided to those that would have attended. There were a total of 8 stations, and there were 3 notable ones here that would be applicable to the discussion tonight. Would be a glance at the master plan for Reunion, the proposed PUD amendment, and their anticipated educational campus at the Reunion Center. There were only about 25 attendees at the meeting. They did receive some positive comments about Oakwood becoming the master developer and the South Lawn pool development occurring in the South Lawn Reunion area. Some concerns that were raised were allowing a vinyl siding on homes along the golf course and existing views being blocked. As of today, I've only received about 7 requests for additional information and 1 objection to the PUD zone document. This is just a glance at the PUD zone document approval criteria in which the Planning Commission has based their recommendation to City Council. And on January 9th of this year, Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval as submitted to City Council for the PUD zone document amendment. And that's all that I have. I'll be happy to answer any questions City Council may have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to see if the council has any questions for our staff at this time. Mr. Huseman?
Thank you, Mayor. You indicated you had 1 objection filed. Can you give us the basis for that objection?
The objection was to an existing eagle's nest that's located in what would be this Village 8. Staff's aware of this eagle's nest. There are federal restrictions in as far as development with that, but there are processes that the developer could go through. At this time, the city has not received any development applications for that particular area, so I don't anticipate that being a particular issue in the near future.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. You said Village 8?
Yes, sir. Village 8, on the screen, I've basically indicated the approximate location of that nest.
Second Creek Drains.
Right. So is that near the old Byron Canal? Or
I would say that it is probably several thousand feet from the O'Brien Canal, just southeast of that. That's in the Second Creek floodplain, just southeast of our Bison Ridge Recreation Center.
Okay, you indicated on here it says Buffalo Run Golf Course expansion removed, potential first tee golf course instead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, question with that, I know the city worked with Shea on swapping some land. At the time, Shea put an amendment through, and we were going to swap some land to give them some spacing on future built out in lieu of us building, as it says here, in lieu of us building a golf course, so they could have more room to move around some of their development and keep the open space as open space and not develop it as a golf course.
I would agree with that statement that the proposed, and I'm going to flip to Village 8 real quick. So I would describe this as being very consistent with the current PUD zone document as far as the area that's to be maintained and protected.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Yes. Sorry, new buttons. Thank you. One of the questions I have is on the High Plains Parkway that's going to be changed. I've had residents in my ward ask me about that, and what it's going to look like, what kind of traffic studies were done, and what the lanes are going to look like through there, and speed limit, if you know that. That would be 104th down to 112th.
Is that a better question for the applicant when I bring them forward?
I was just trying to flip to that slide to help answer your question. These road profiles would be the ones that are developed specifically. You have High Plains Parkway here. Just to give you some indication, you're looking at a divided median with 2 drive aisles on each side of that divided median. Then you'd have a sidewalk behind a tree lawn that would just be to the side of that. This is not too different from our current profiles that you see throughout the city in some urban development in the Northern Range.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Frank?
Yeah. So why did the design review team recommend the condition to the Planning Commission to remove the land use outdoor storage? Because there was a difference between the two.
The recommendation from DRT was primarily based on the fact that we allow the outdoor storage of RVs, boats, and buses only in industrial zoning districts in the city. So it was the mindset of the DRT that we remove that simply because of that industrial connection. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I missed the second part. After discussion at the Planning Commission meeting itself, the applicant probably can explain further as to why the Planning Commission would allow that. They do propose that it to be a high-end type of outdoor storage.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff from the council at this time? Seeing none. Applicants present, would you like to come forward, add to the presentation, and make yourself available to answer questions from the council to start with? Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Kelly Lead. I'm the Executive Vice President of Operations for Oakwood Homes, and I'm here with my colleague so that we can be efficient together in our presentation. I'll let her introduce herself.
Good evening, Layla Rosales with Terracina Design.
So we will dive right in, and we'll do our best to not repeat what Brad, but I think we'll add some color pictures here to the presentation of the city. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Again, what's unique about Reunion is obviously it's the vision for Reunion dates back to the early 2000s, and what's interesting about Reunion from where it started to where it is today is that when it first opened, it was very disconnected from a lot of the rest of the city, just for lack of connection, arterial connection. Fast forward to today, and Reunion is very connected. One, as a result of the investment the city has made, as well as others. But when you think about it, it is now, because of E470, because of 104th, because of Tower Road, it really sets at a nexus of a multitude of roadways that make it, again, very connected to the rest of the Front Range. And just to give you an example, because of the improvements along Tower Road that the city made, you're literally minutes away from Pena Station, and you're with the now on-ramp, westbound on-ramp, you have access onto Pena and back into the city as a couple of examples. To the west, there's Highway 2. So, when you think about how the growth of the city is going to occur over the coming years, Reunion sits at a very good place in nexus. And as a master plan community, it represents a significant opportunity, which we'll talk about here in a minute, about the diversity of housing stock that's, I think, really important to a city and a sustainable community. Next slide. So Brad went through, staff went through what this amendment is about, and again, we highlight those again, but this is not about affecting land that's already been developed. This is about land that has yet to be developed, and recognizing the evolving nature of the marketplace in terms of both, especially around product style, but also about urban roadways and how we get people from one side to another of a community. But it's very consistent with the original vision of Reunion, bringing both the best of urban and suburban communities together. Next slide. So one of the things, Oakwood became the master developer in the summer of 2017, and we did a fair amount of listening to the community. What you see here are some representations of what was both existing, but also what we've agreed to move forward. And an example of that is there's lots of folklore about the South Lawn Pool, and after lots of listening, we are proceeding in the development of the South Lawn Pool. That will commence construction this year, and we hope to have it open at least for some portion of the summer this year. So I think folks are generally excited about that. And the other thing that I'm very personally proud of and has received a lot of accolades is we took the old Welcome Center that sat there at the edge of the park. And again, based on a lot of conversation, a lot of interest, and a lot of listening, we turned that into the Reunion Coffee House. And that's being run by a local nonprofit called Community Uplift Partnership. And although they've only been open a handful of months, the buzz literally about what happens there and the excitement, and to see families, young and old, use that space. And we're excited. This will be the first full summer coming up where the deck will be open and people will be able to enjoy the coffee house. But for us, that was an important indicator of the kind of community developer Oakwood is, and hopefully sets the stage for more to come, which we'll talk about in a second. Next slide. So this is just a visual representation, again, of the 2,500 acres that make up the community. The areas that are colored across west to east represent some of the areas yet to be developed. And again, staff talked about what those areas are, and we'll dive into those here as we move through slides. Next slide. So this is now just kind of focusing in on a handful of these areas. So at the bottom part of the slide here, that is Village 9, which we call Reunion Ridge. We are developing the northern portion of that site first. It's about 2,500 home sites at full build out, but the first part's a little over 500 homes. And this is an area where we're going to bring in other developers or other home builders to, again, diversify the product offerings for the community, because we know when product offerings are diverse, price points are diverse, you create a diverse community. So you'll start to see lot development happen this year, and new developers or new home builders come online later this year and into next year. And then at the upper part of this slide is Village 8, which is our active adult community. It will have its own amenities, somewhere between 800 and 1,000 home sites at full build out. And as was referenced, where it says Second Creek open space, just to the kind of right and slightly to the right of where it says Second Creek, because we're talking about a first tee 9-hole golf course that fits nicely with and aligns nicely with active adult communities, but also growing an existing program we already have with the golf course. There's a partnership that exists with our Green Valley Ranch golf course in Green Valley Ranch, Denver, and growing the First Tee program that uses character traits to teach life skills to kids through the game of golf. So we're very excited to talk through and what that might mean to Reunion of adding that added amenity to the community. Next slide. So just to get you oriented where you are, when you look at the bottom of the page is 104th. To the right of me, or to your left is E470. So north is pointed straight. This is a portion of what we're calling the Reunion Center. So this took what Shay called the town center and rethought about what the town center could be. We're calling it the Reunion Center, and it's a collection of retail, active retail, highlighted by the Grange, which I'll talk about in a minute, and a variety of sports facilities, both indoor and outdoor, that will create one of the first true sports tourism destinations in the Front Range and attract thousands of visitors from around the country to play both indoor and outdoor sports. And we've had a series of conversations, or very early conversations with the city, is not only how do we attract folks to this site, but how do we help grow youth and adult sports in Commerce City and use a facility like this through a public-private partnership to get these facilities developed. But we, Oakwood, are moving in a consortium of both public and private entities that have a great deal of interest in partnering on this to advance this project further. And I'll talk a little bit about the school in a minute, but I'm growing increasingly excited about what this could be. In a former life, I was in the sports business, and I know how you build these models and how you make them work financially. And there's not a person I've talked to that certainly have done these projects around the country that's not excited about bringing these facilities online. And then you wrap around it more dense housing options, which really fulfills a vision that Shay laid out long ago about the best of urban and suburban. So we've got a lot of suburban. This is going to allow us to build more of an urban center with active uses to help us drive a lot of the retail over time. Next slide. So this now is just this gives you the larger view of the Reunion Center. So all 430 acres, it goes all the way to 112. So if you split the full 430 acres in half, the lower portion is about where the active uses would be, pushing those as close to 470 as we can. And then as you move from about 108th to 112th along the Parkway, you start to add in more traditional or mixed residential uses to create that vibrant kind of urban sort of feel. And one of the questions came up about the Parkway. Originally that was scheduled to be 150 feet of right-of-way. And what's unique about this is that you don't want a highway dividing a community. This is the one place along that corridor where you have an existing master plan community that would have been divided by 150 feet of right-of-way. So again, working with the city, we bring it down to 96 feet, and it makes it much safer to get from the suburban side of Reunion over to the active uses that are on the other side of what is today Tower Road. So we can talk a lot more about this, but this gives you some visual kind of illustrations of what this could look like as we build it out. Next slide. So this is kind of a blow up of what that might look like, kind of looking north, west a little bit. So to the right are the outdoor baseball and softball facilities, as well as an indoor facility, a multi-purpose field. The blue roof represents the Grange, which is would be our version of, in Commerce City, of the Stanley Marketplace. The two buildings, the buildings immediately adjacent to and just to the south of the Grange are hotels. Again, some retail that would support the local community. A indoor 100,000 square foot field house, an indoor ice rink with 2 sheets of ice, and then the 3 buildings that I'll describe here in a second are the next generation ag school that we're moving forward with 27J on, and then at the top of the page is a natatorium with an Olympic-sized swimming pool and diving complex. Would be only one of 5 in the entire Front Range that could support large sports events. Next slide. So this is, I just referenced the school, so we are working in collaboration with the school district to build a next generation high school. So it's a 3-building school. The small building between the ice house and the field house is our collaborative agribusiness laboratory, and then 2 potential school buildings that would be built over time. The goal is to open that school in 2021. But it's really focused on, it's a science-based school around food science, animal science, and environmental science to grow the next generation of thinkers about how we solve some of the world's biggest food production, food security issues. It's very much in alignment with the state's vision of making Colorado the Silicon Valley of agriculture as a result of a partnership with Colorado State University and the National Western Center. And the school would be part of growing that next generation of kids to be part of that experience. But what's unique about it through a public-private partnership is when you typically think about high schools, you're building gyms and fields and all the other stuff that makes those buildings very expensive. In this model, all we're building is academic buildings, and then we're leveraging the sports venues that would normally be empty during the day to be used by the school, and take full advantage of those students and the community being able to use them. And then again, we just focus on building the academic buildings. So the goal is we'll be submitting our application to the district later this year, with the idea that the school, first phase of the school would open in fall of 2021 with 9th graders. And then you can see the Grange there at the bottom of the picture, and we'll talk about that, I think, in the next slide. Next slide. So the Grange, again, it's our version of like the Stanley Marketplace. It's a food hall and marketplace, and one of the things that certainly we've heard loud and clear from residents in Reunion and the region is we need more retail services. And the reality is it takes rooftops to bring these services in, so part of the goal of the Reunion Center is to create an artificial marketplace by driving these sports venues and driving people to the site before there are enough rooftops. That will generate the need for services. And the Grange is a multi-phased food hall, again with a commercial kitchen, where we grow local businesses successfully to use that commercial kitchen, grow them regionally, grow them nationally, have them be Colorado-based, so that you can go in there, and if you spend money at the Grange, you're really supporting a local industry and local commerce. So the idea would be, again, this idea of a food hall and marketplace to celebrate and culture, to celebrate food, to celebrate fellowship, and then to, obviously as visitors come in, you don't have to leave the site, you can stay in the Reunion Center without having to leave, which is one of the downfalls of most sports complexes across the country, is they don't have these sorts of things. But it will also drive hotels and the ancillary sorts of retail development and support services that we've heard a lot about from residents. So we're excited to begin this journey about what the Grange could be and how we also bring the first phase of that online in 2021. Next slide. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Layla, who will just hit a few points about the PUD process from the planning side, and then we'll close.
You got to talk about the fun stuff. I'm going back to the PUD. So what you're looking at here is really, again, what Brad already mentioned is the amendment area, just prettier, showing that really it's all about undeveloped area and land that's controlled by Oakwood. Next slide. So land uses. We've got 6 different land uses on this particular project. 3 residential, high density, medium density, lower density. And then we've got the TC, which is Town Center, and BP, which is Business Park, up in the Reunion Center area. And those are a combination of kind of mixed use, both retail and residential, as well as all of the additional land uses that Kelly just talked about, entertainment venues. And then in the pink, we've got a mixed use, which again is primarily residential with some commercial allowances within it. But really the primary commercial uses would be up in the Reunion Center. Next slide. So homes. Kelly mentioned that really one of the big driving forces around this PUD amendment was diversity of homes. And that's something that we take very seriously as master plan developers. It's very important that you provide homes for all different types of users, all different types of lifestyles. And so what you're demonstrating here are just some of the different home choices that are being offered right now. Some clustered product around some motor courts, some traditional single-family homes, some homes with side-loaded garages. And again, it's not just about diversity of lifestyle, it's also diversity about neighborhood, right? How do you figure out a way to create streets that aren't dominated by garage doors? How can you do things that are a little bit different to animate your streets a little bit differently and a little bit better? And so that's something that we actually take a lot of pride in. If you look at the slide up on the upper left, you'll see that you're looking at sides of homes and you're looking at walks coming to the street, and you're not really looking at garage doors, which we think provides a really nice aesthetic quality. Next slide. more houses. One of the ones that we're actually most proud of there is the one in the lower left, which is the American Dream product that Brad alluded to. That is the smallest product that Oakwood is developing at this point. We just started with prototypes on those that were offered to first responders and DPS at a discount. We call it our Hometown Heroes program. And this is really geared towards your first home buyer, and really targeting price points that somebody who's now living in an apartment can find a way to be able to afford. So we're really proud of this product. We continue to have it evolve, and this PUD will allow us to bring in, again, some additional diversity of homes into Reunion. So we are excited, and that's the last slide here. So we are honored to have been awarded Community of the Year by the HBA in 2018 due to all of the great work that has been done out here in the last year and a half that Oakwood has been the master developer, and we look forward to being able to continue that. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Details we can answer.
Are there any questions for the applicant from the council? Mr. Davis.
Kelly, can you tell me how the sales on the American Dream products going in Green Valley Ranch? Is it good? I mean,
So
I saw the house.
Yeah, you know, the first 24 we built, we piloted, right? So we have been qualifying buyers, and I think we've sold out. We've sold all of them.
Okay.
Many that will be occupied by teachers that teach in Denver.
And then how would you address the, with the Reunion Center being built, how would you address our brand new rec center taking away from that? That question's come up a couple of times as well.
It's a great question, and the Reunion Center is about being additive. It's not about taking away. Mm-hmm. When you think about the primary users, again, I'm going to wear a hat that I wore for a long time when I was in the sports industry. Therefore, the current rec center in the city is really for recreational use. And although you have basketball courts and those sorts of things, and that you'll do some league stuff, what is lacking and what usually competes with rec centers, when you try to start to introduce competitive uses into rec centers, it pushes out recreational use. So the facilities that we're talking about in the Reunion Center are built first and foremost and paid for by a revenue stream that's driven by bringing national tournaments, national baseball tournaments as an example, or softball tournaments, or basketball tournaments, these facilities, from folks that are visitors, that are paying the taxes and driving revenue that ultimately pay those revenue bonds. But it also allows, and the conversation that I've had with the Parks and Rec staff is, how do we grow youth sports in Commerce City? How do we expose kids that live in the southern part of the city to opportunities that may not exist in the existing rec centers by providing more capacity, by bringing in programs, because we were partnering with a variety of groups to expose those kids to different sports opportunities, or the same for adults. How do we grow adult softball? How do we grow adult basketball? How do we grow adult volleyball at a more competitive end, or what we'll call a high recreation end, that again doesn't then take away from your existing assets? So I think they're very additive in terms of providing a broader mix of services to the residents of Commerce City that do not exist today.
Okay. And then lastly, I just want to give a shout out to CUP. I think it's a great thing that was open there, and I know that the community loves it. I frequent it often, probably not as often as I should, but kudos on that. That's a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We competitively bid that project out for an operator, and it became very apparent very, very quickly that the right partner was CUP. The women, the team that runs that, all live in Reunion. They know the community, and the mission they're serving is really important. I mean, one of the things that separates, that I'm most proud of about Oakwood is, I don't like to call us a master developer. I like to call us a community builder. And it's at the heart of our founder, Pat Hamill's vision, that we are about community and about community service and stewardship. And I think the Reunion Coffee House is an example of that. And we'll do that with the school and other things that Oakwood does, because we know it's the right thing to do for communities.
I would agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. This is a lot of a lot of stuff to unpack here in one sitting here. You know, I had pleasure of meeting with Pat Hamill and Chair Latham a couple years ago. We had one-on-ones with Shea and Oakwood at the time on what the vision is going to be, and I'm happy that you're going forward with the South Lawn Pool. I was in Metro District for a couple of terms, and that was brought up over 10 years ago. Well, yeah, about 10 years ago. No, I'm sorry, 8 years ago it was brought up, and there was several schematics that were put out to the public, and one was chosen, so I'm glad to see that go. That's on the table as well. There's 5 Metro Districts within Reunion, and I know there's 2. Where will the other 3 fit on this map?
So the question is about, there are 2 currently used. I believe we are going to use an unused district for 7. Is that correct, Jim? For 7. And then the 2 remaining districts are held and will be retained by Shea for commercial development south of 104th.
Okay. So these areas are going to be redeveloped. I mean, the areas planned to be developed, they will have their own Metro District?
That is correct. We will be bringing forth new Metro Districts for some of the development that you've seen tonight. That's
okay.
Correct.
And since I don't know if you can answer this question or not, in that service agreement for these areas, can you tell us how many years those service plans are you plan on presenting to the city?
They have not been developed yet.
Okay.
So I can't answer that.
All right. Let's see.
But I'm certainly happy to highlight one of them if you'd like.
Sure.
And that's, can we go back to the picture of the Reunion Center? Keep going. Actually, go to that picture there. There you go. So, again, I'm going to wear a hat that I've worn both having worked in sports world, having helped build the Broncos Stadium as one example, and then more recently having worked on the National Western Center in Denver around a public-private partnership. But each of those projects have underlining governance structures, and so I'm pointing out the Reunion Center specifically to talk about, I think, what we thought through is the idea of doing a sports, entertainment, and cultural district that would be overlaid across the sports venues as well as some of the entertainment and civic structures. That quasi-governmental entity would have its own board of directors and would be charged with the finance, the design, the construction, and ultimately the maintenance or operation of those sports venues on behalf of its partners, so that you could have an independent body solely focused on the delivery of sports programming and policy for those facilities. So that's one example of many that will be coming forward with the city. And so, whatever the debt structure looks like for each of those different venues, again, we would use revenue bonds as an example, as one of the primary sources of revenue to drive the payment of those bonds, as well as when you think about some of the retail, so those revenues flow in, they flow out to pay for those facilities and to create the assets that wouldn't exist otherwise without that revenue stream. So that's just one example, but the debt will be carried over a number of years, and it'll be rolling debt, meaning each of the buildings will have its own debt, but that quasi-governmental entity would own those assets on behalf of the partners.
Okay. Next question. You label on here what shows there's going to be hospitals, and trying to see what that says. And now, would this be a satellite hospital, connect like with up in Brighton, or would this be like a ER?
So, Brad, go to the one that shows the full site plan for Reunion Center. Yep, that one right there. So, when we think about this region, and I'm going to answer it's going to take me just a second to set it up, but whether it's at 112 where it says mixed use, or the property that currently says owned by Walmart. Walmart is disposing of that property. The for sale sign is up. And when you think about this region, not just Reunion itself, but the region as a whole, and you think about the amount of growth, 40% of all residential development that's going to occur over the next several decades is going to happen between Quincy and I-76 along 470. And you think about all the stuff that's going on, all the activity, like the Gaylord, like what's going to happen at the airport. There's going to be a need for services, and one of those services is certainly a hospital. We think both of these sites here are in that 30 to 40 acre range, that they are Sky Ridge size type hospitals if that were going to happen. And so we think certainly at 104th and 470 with the full intersection that whether we own that site or someone else buys that site, that both the 104th and 112th site sit very nicely as possible regional hospital sites, which drive their own economies, right, in terms of office use, associated uses, retail uses. So we think Reunion is actually well positioned to bring that sort of user in, thinking about both short and long term about how those two sites might be activated by medical services.
Okay. You know, our new rec center, I know Councilman Davis asked you a question about a rec center. My question to that is we have a regional area that's supposed to be set for ball fields. Not to compete with what you have there, but it's needed within it's needed within our city. And by us having one, we can kind of control the price, or we try and make things affordable. When these units, this plan goes through your units, what's the price point? What it would be for a Commerce City resident? I know that this would be identified for that area, but is this open to the public as well? If so, what's a potential price point?
So no price points have been set because we're still in early planning, but I will tell you, and I've been really clear with Brian and his team and the Parks and Rec staff, that our commitment, again, is that all of Commerce City residents will get to enjoy these facilities, and that the price point will be reflective of if you're a Commerce City resident versus those that come in and visit from other places. So I don't know what that price point is yet, but our commitment is that this is an asset enjoyed by all that live in Commerce City, and that the partnership that we would hopefully discuss going forward reflects that sort of relationship.
Okay. Thank you. And also on the presentation, it shows that you're asking for a reduction of our current minimum of 1,100 down to 900 square feet for a home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I should note that allows us to deliver products, home products like American Dream, that, again, as one company, we're focused on teachers, first responders, police officers, and as an example, we know that when teachers can live in the communities in which they teach, two things happen. One, teachers teach longer, and two, school performance goes up for all kids. So we are tackling this challenge one bite at a time, and we think the American Dream product is a great example of that. But we need to obviously make modifications to the city's rules that allow us to build a product like that.
Correct. Okay, thank you. With that, I was able to go down and visit Austin, Texas. We went down there for a year-end conference, and it's an old area, an old airport they were redoing, just like they did over here in Stapleton. And they built homes over there, beautiful homes, and within the neighborhood you couldn't tell which one's income qualify and which one low-income housing, and they pretty much market a certain percentage of those homes to just the classification you just stated. That way, when you drive on the street, you couldn't tell that home right there is for a first responder or a teacher. And when we reduce something from 900 to 1,100 to 900, understand the square footage and the money saved and all, but that extra 200 square feet would be ideal for a growing family as well. It would keep them from having to think about selling that home and then moving to kind of moving up. So I understand what you're asking. I just was, my ask is if the 900 wasn't something that was done, could you still build your product to 1,100 square feet?
So within the American Dream product line, I believe there are seven models that run from just under 1,000 square feet up to 1,700. So multiple, obviously you're getting into 2 and 3 bedroom homes. All of them have garages. So it really addresses the very question you just posed to me, is it allows for, depending upon that family's needs, a range or latitude for less or more square footage based on their current needs.
So if the 900 square feet wasn't approved, you would be okay with 1,100 square feet?
We believe that it is critical and necessary that that full complement of housing product be offered to meet the needs of all the different buyer groups that presently cannot buy a home.
Okay. So you're saying no, right?
I'm saying no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Guardiola.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions on the price range for the American Dream Home. What does that consist of, or what's the average?
Just walked them the other day. The 987 square foot home, which is the smallest one, was selling at $235,000. And the 1,700 square foot one was at $269,000.
Okay, cool, thank you. With the storage, what village is the storage going to be, the outside storage? And could you please describe a high-end storage unit?
Sure. So actually, this is the perfect map for that. So this is again in the Reunion Center, and the goal, if you've driven along 470 between 104th and 112th, there's actually one, the road profile is much lower. 2, there's a natural mound that has been created as a sound buffer. So the goal would be on the west side of the mound, north up. See where it says Transit Center Depot. Okay. So the RV storage would be to the north of that transit center, which again is another important thing that we're trying to create, is how do we start to create a center of gravity around, as we start to think about people's modes of transportation changing, that this is a central gathering place for those modes where you can get your Uber, you can get your Lyft, you can do ride share. I would love to have a conversation with the city about a bus rapid transit along 104th that connects 470 to Thornton, allowing people to park here at the transit center and get on a bus for a BRT. But the RV would be just to the north of taking advantage of that topography with security walls. And this is literally, so I go back to our active adult community. So these are folks that are very mobile, that like to live in multiple places. And what we have found that folks that live in these active adult communities also own very expensive toys, like very expensive RVs. So under current covenants, you can't park those on the street. So this would allow them a place within close proximity to their home to park their RVs or store their boats in a place close to their home.
Okay. And for the competitive use, I know that's a big issue in Commerce City, that a lot of our residents are going outside our city to participate in competitive sports, but there's tons of teams in every area. Have you guys seeked out any of the partnerships with those teams that are locally to build this, or what I'm trying to get is, how could they access this? And since they are city residents, there's multiple challenges right now to use city facilities with this, and we just had this conversation with a couple teams on Sunday. So would they have an opportunity to be partners in this, or what's your vision on that?
I'm very open to that, right? I mean, for this to work, you have to have use Monday through Sunday, right? And where a lot of these facilities fall apart is especially that Monday through Thursday use, what I'll call the non-tournament days. And so I absolutely believe, when you think about where Reunion's located and the ease of getting to this site and not having to drive through a neighborhood to get there, is that we can absolutely create those partnerships or those coalitions with various sports teams. Obviously, this is not necessarily intended to be a soccer-heavy facility, but what we are talking about is doing turf on the larger adult-sized fields where we could do year-round sports, we could do soccer, we could do lacrosse. And again, I've had very early conversations, without being presumptuous, with the city about how do we maximize use for all interested users so that it is busy all the time. And that if you live in Commerce City and you're on a team, whether it's youth or adult, that those opportunities are presented. Now, I will tell you as an example with the field house that would have 8 basketball courts and 12 volleyball courts, is there's no facility in the Front Range like that. And increasingly, leagues are struggling to find indoor basketball courts. High schools are locking groups out for a variety of reasons. So I'm not worried about demand, right? If anything, we need to think about how do we find the right partners so that we get maximum use both for youth and adult. And we're super open as we go down this journey. I mean, we've done this level of detailed planning, which means we've got a lot more to do, so that we can have those conversations and find those other partners that want to be a part of this. So that will begin this year.
And just keep in mind the cost for those nonprofits,
Yep.
because I think that's a big struggle.
Yeah, and I would tell you again, coming from the industry, is if we do the national tournament and regional tournament work right, you generate the revenue you need to make those offsets happen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there any other questions from council for the applicant or for our staff at this time? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, thank you. You answered a question about the outdoor storage. What about the indoor climate controlled mini storage warehouse? Where would that be located?
It would be in the same location.
Same location? Is that just for this area here or any other, like 10, 9, 8?
That is the only location we're proposing that use.
Okay.
Right now.
All right. Let's see, I know the question for you. Yeah, I know this is just for land use. We're not getting into, well, I guess we could ask about the question came up about vinyl siding. Is that going to continue to be part of the aesthetics throughout your build out?
It is.
Okay. And would you be opposed to mixing the vinyl siding and not having so much as far as on 4 sides and maybe dressing up a little different?
So if you go out there today and you look at, as our product continues to evolve, you're seeing a mixture of materials, stone, vinyl, stucco, across all our different product lines. But vinyl siding has been a part of Oakwood's mix from the founding of the company, because we think about the life cycle of the price of a home or the value of a home or the cost of a home. And it has been an important part of Pat's vision and the company's vision to make sure that we think about the whole cost of a home, not just the initial buy, but most residents that buy a home don't realize that today it costs somewhere between $4,000 and $7,000 to paint your house, right? I mean, these are expensive ventures when you become a homeowner. So we think about those things, and we have partnered. We continue to think about our product lines and, you know, the variety of colors that are now available in vinyl, the different textures that can be created with vinyl. We're constantly making those additions. And if you look at our carriage product in Denver or down in Douglas County or what we're doing now in Reunion, they are constantly evolving. So it's an important part of how we create affordability and attainability and for our communities. And it's a product that we're going to continue to use.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a lot of residents come to me and ask me about it because it's one of those costs that's going to pass on to the homeowner. Now, what's the life cycle of the siding? Is it what, 6 to 7 years? Can you paint the vinyl siding?
You don't. There's no need under the current pallets. I mean, and I can send you all kinds of information about the different materials and the evolution of the material, but it is very robust and very sustainable and does not require to be painted. It's never required to be painted because the companies are getting smarter and smarter about the impact of our intense sun on our siding. So if you look at a hardy-backed home that has direct sunlight versus one of ours that's a vinyl side that would have the same sun impact, my guess is that ours is going to hold up a heck of a lot better than the faded hardy backer that has to be painted just a few years after it's built. So again, we do our homework, we do our research. We've certainly learned our lessons over the years about the different products we've used. And again, it's an important part of our delivery method for creating attainability for homeowners.
Okay. And in this PUD, the width of the street, are you asking for the width of the street to be changed to be more, to be scaled down, or the width of the
Which street
streets?
are you referring to?
The width of the streets throughout the neighborhoods you're going to.
Just 96, or
Just
just, sorry,
96.
just the Parkway is the only street where we asked for it to go from 150 feet of right away to 96.
Okay, so I think our current width in neighborhoods is 54?
48, I'm not sure, I'd have to refer to staff.
Yeah, we've not changed any we've not made any requests for local streets to be changed.
Okay, so local streets will still be 56 feet wide.
Yes. Yes, I'm looking at my planners, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the staff, or from the council for staff or the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, stay close by in case
Okay.
we need you to answer questions.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to open it up to the audience to come up and have the opportunity to testify during this hearing. I want to start with the folks who did sign up on the citizen communication roster to speak on the Reunion PUD amendment. And I need to keep the testimony to the PUD amendment because that's what the topic is. We'll start with Tim Gallagher. Just state your name and address for the record when you come up and testify.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Tim Gallagher. We live at 10695 Nucleus Street, Commerce City. My wife Roberta and I have lived in Reunion for a little over 15 years now, almost from the beginning. And we've been avid supporters of the community from the beginning. Shea Homes initially, and about a year and a half ago when Oakwood took over the master development duties at Reunion, we noticed a considerable increase in vitality and enthusiasm and interest in the community. Kelly mentioned that they did a lot of listening in the beginning, and I think of one particular example where the community was not real happy about the reduced lot sizes along the 13th fairway of Buffalo Run, and they listened and they changed their mind and they left the lot sizes where they were and got another home builder in there to build homes that didn't have vinyl siding, and I was very impressed with the way they listened. I was involved initially with other residents of the community and Shea Homes in developing Landmark Academy at Reunion. K-8 school that serves 750 students, and I've been the founding board president of that school and still am. I'm very excited about the plans for a high school in Reunion. In our particular case, we waited 4 years for a grade school, 9 years for a grocery store, and 15 years and counting for a high school. So we're very excited about the plans for Reunion Center and the high school, and the idea of developing a campus where the school doesn't have to have a gym or an auditorium or a cafeteria or all the other things that make high school so expensive is quite exciting. I'm pleased to serve on the founding board of that high school. And you've also heard about the Reunion Coffee House, a wonderful transformation of a building that is in a gorgeous location and sat idle for years until it was transformed into the Reunion Coffee House. So I'm here to urge your support of the PUD amendment, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on Keely Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. As a resident of Reunion,
Your
I have a
address
great.
is?
Oh, sorry.
That's
I'm
right.
Keely Thompson, 10133 Waco Street, Commerce City. As a resident of Reunion South Lawn, I have a great perspective on the community. I also have a unique perspective on the community as the executive director of Community Uplift Partnership, which we are the operators of the Reunion Coffee House and partners with Oakwood Homes. Since becoming master developer of Reunion, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact Oakwood has made on the community. Oakwood has re-energized the growth and development in our community through the home building, through putting on community events, and creating fabulous community amenities. One of the first projects Oakwood Homes completed was the opening of the Reunion Coffee House. Oakwood Homes took the vacant sales center and created a gorgeous coffee house for the community to gather in. On top of creating this amazing amenity, they have also partnered with CUP by selecting us as the operators of the coffee house, which took the coffee house from being a fabulous community amenity to a space that is allowing youth and young adults in our community the new opportunities to grow, develop, and build new skills and break out of the cycles of poverty. Oakwood Homes has been a generous and supportive partner of CUP as they allow us to move forward in our mission of impacting the community. CUP would not be where we are at if we did not have the partnership of Oakwood Homes. This also speaks, as Kelly's mentioned, to the great partnerships that they are looking forward to in developing their master plan. And I think our partnership with them models a lot of what they're looking for in all the partnerships that they are looking to expand into. One of the things I have respected most from Oakwood Homes leadership is the dedication to listening and understanding our community. Kelly has spent countless hours making himself available to community members, listening to our ideas and desires for the community, answering questions, hearing about our concerns, and seeking out our input. I truly believe Kelly and the Oakwood Homes leadership has not only invested in Commerce City, but also in understanding who we are as a Reunion community. And they are responding by creating a community we can be excited to live in. I am in support of and excited about the amendments to their PUD, and I ask for your support in passing the proposed amendments to the Reunion PUD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bird, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Thanks for having me here this evening. Ferd Bells, 1125 17th Street, Denver. I am president of LC Full and Whiter Inc., and Cal gives you his hello. He is out of town, but he wishes he could be here. As you know, we were part of the original PUD many years ago and part of the annexation. And as it's been pointed out by staff and Kelly, that was some 15, 17, 20 years ago. We agree that things have changed. And we also agree that Oakwood, a premier builder and developer and builder of great communities, has got a great vision going forward. Cal and I have known Pat Hamill and Oakwood for many years and always been impressed by their work and are very impressed by the work that they're planning and doing. Not only what they've done already, really re-energizing Reunion, but their plans for the future. It's just very exciting, and we think it's an opportunity for not only Commerce City, but the entire region to bring new energy and vision. So we would like to very much ask for your support in this PUD. As you know, we still own all the land that they're planning to do, so we meet with them regularly. Our structure with them is we own the land, and as they develop more and more of it, they take down the land. So we're very much involved in it, and we think they're the right people to bring this forward to you all. And again, please give them their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. All right, that's everybody on the list. I want to open it up to the audience for anybody that wants to come up and testify. I'm going to start on the left side of the room, work my way to the right. Raise your hand, please. So let's go with the lady in front here. Come on up. Yep, you. You come on up. Yes, yeah, come on. You're it. Susan. I was trying to remember your name, Susan. Come on up. I knew I was calling the right person. Come on up.
I'm so sorry that I didn't sign up. Susan Noble, 10642 Old Lake Street in Reunion. We moved here 6 years ago and thought it was a beautiful area, of course, before the fracking nightmare was introduced. I want to read you a little bit from a Reuters article. Home builders and developers have been increasingly and quietly hanging on to the mineral rights under their projects, pushing aside homeowners' interests to set themselves up for financial gain when energy companies come calling. This is happening in regions far beyond the traditional American oil patch, which has a long history of selling subsurface rights. Quote, all the smart developers are doing it, says Lance Estrella, a Denver lawyer who represents mineral rights owners, including home builders in deals with energy companies. Among the smart ones are private firms like Oakwood Homes in Colorado. I am concerned when I was looking at the drawings about the ignoring the fact that virtually all of this would be fracked underneath, and there is no disclosure built into this in any fashion, that there are homes that are being built along the arsenal that are high density. So you're putting the people who can into the affordable homes along the arsenal instead of turning that into a park or something that they won't be living near constantly. Secondly, my understanding is that there's going to be the potential of one of the sites moved near the arsenal, which would put itself beside Reunion Ridge, from what I can tell. And then in the other picture that was showing mixed use at 112th and something that had trail in the name, that's also 112th is the Falcon Owl pad. So I just don't want you making decisions about these kinds of things in a vacuum. It looks beautiful. Extraction wants to put in pipelines. You already have a hazardous materials pipeline that runs along 104th underneath the electrical towers. And Oakwood is building up to the compressor station for the gas right there by Sonic. They're building homes right up to it. You all and your planning staff need to be paying attention to this stuff, or at least know that when you are selling homes and you are approving homes in these kinds of areas, that you are potentially endangering new residents. It's very concerning to me. It looks like Disneyland, but it's not Disneyland. Thank you very much.
While I have you up here, can I ask, are you supportive of the PUD amendments, or would you like to have us leave the PUD?
No, I'm not. The reason I'm also not in favor of it is because of the higher density and the narrower roads. It'll make it much more difficult for any of us to escape should there be any sort of disasters. My daughter lives in one of the Oakwood homes in the carriage homes, and those roads are so narrow. If everybody came out at the same time, there's absolutely no way they could escape, and that's very close to the Falcon Owl pads. So
that's
no, I don't.
That's the information we needed here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, gentleman over here.
Mike Kelly, Reunion resident, 17482 East 98th Way. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question, and that is, I saw something or heard something about the horse property, and I just wanted clarification on the location and what size that was.
Okay, who wants to handle that? Staff or Kelly? I'm going to come up and speak to that. Thank you, sir, for your question.
So there is thank you for the question. There's a variety of uses tied directly to the future next generation high school, where we will have, potentially could have some animals, but it is not intended, probably we will not have large animals. We're talking about chickens and small animals. So no horse or equestrian related functions other than the study of those animals would happen at the school.
Thank you. Sir, did that answer your question? All right, anyone else on the left side that has any testimony? All right, I'm gonna move to the right side, going front to back. Anybody in the front couple of rows, raise your hand. No? Ma'am, Deborah? You're up on the right. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deborah Bullock, 6130 Ivanhoe Street. I just have a observation because I drove around this area today with the fire department. And all the north and south arterials like Tower Road, Chambers, Potomac, go straight through. So just keep in mind, how do fire trucks get through this? How do the police get through it? And how do ambulances in a short amount of time so they don't have to drive all the way around? So some of the pictures that I saw, especially Potomac, where you can go from 104th to 96th right now, you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to go around.
So the process but the process
they're not cutting it off, but they're making the roads different.
Right, and the process is the DRT. That's includes people from the fire department through the planning process to make sure that it meets their needs. And I don't know if the staff wants to touch on that, but I think that's what she's asking for, make sure that the fire district's aware of any changes and approves of.
Absolutely. This particular amendment has been referred out to both the water and the fire department, and we've received no negative feedback regarding that realignment on 96th. Okay. I see a concern if it was removed completely, but essentially it's just moving westward. So
do what?
The Potomac Street connection to 104th and 96th Avenue would remain, it just would not be in its existing location. So the connection would remain in its place. We would not lose that interconnectivity.
Okay. It was just an observation.
But the fire district and the water district have both been a part of the development review team, and they're the ones that send forward that DRT recommendation.
Okay. I support the PUD. It was just an observation I had.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next person on the right, young lady in the back. Come on up. Trying to gain some points, that's all.
La verdad, you said la young lady. Elena Molina, again, buenas noches. 6650 Claremont Street, Commerce City, Colorado 80022. I just want to say, a single mother of two, and I guess Commerce City really doesn't produce, according to some people, especially in our education system, that can afford those homes. At least I couldn't afford something like that. It looks like fun or like really cool, wow, exciting like this, right? But I'm thinking again, demographics and the people that live here in this community, and people like me that are like, wow, how am I gonna, when he said the price, I was like, oof, forget it. But I've been here for so many years, and so has all the people all my neighbors. Another thing that that stood out to me, because I'm also part of all this stuff in Aurora, and I've been going to a lot of city council meetings out there, and I know their concerns as well. And it's like the second largest city in the state of Colorado. They mentioned something about Stanley Market, and that really kind of struck to me, because I know over there, they're trying to pull away from that. And I know Commerce City, a lot of the cities, and especially Commerce City being involved in this, I know that we've, as a city, and you all have made such an effort to unite the community, and have been trying to unite the community even through the rec center. I've been following y'all, you know that. I think this situation would really cause a bigger gap, or not of unity. I think I don't support it. I would like to see maybe something more affordable for the community. I see like, wow, who's gonna move in there? You know, maybe them, but you know, so maybe at least some of the people in this community, we're not gonna afford some of those homes. I just want to put that out there, and consider your demographics. Yeah, we want something cool and nice like that, but I think something more affordable probably. Right? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. All right, next. Come on up, Renee.
Good evening, Renee Bullock, 6130 Ivanhoe Street. I was going to first ask, have all of you received this magazine yet from CML? This whole edition is on affordable housing. And the term affordable housing is thrown around a lot, and I think it's become, to me, a throwaway term. I would like to see attainable housing. Housing that is attainable for people of all incomes. And take the word affordable out, because what's affordable to these people here are not going to be affordable to a lot of people in the different demographics. So I support this, but I also support it with caveats like first-time buyers classes and pay downs for down payments and different things that help the first-time buyers or people that are school teachers, or emergency performance people, being able to get in a home from moving from an apartment to a house easier. You know, I support what they're doing with the smaller home sizes, because there's a lot of families I know right now that are in a 3-bedroom apartment that's only 700 square feet and they're making it. You move up to 900 square feet, you have more room, and then it still gives you that gap to go from 900 to 1200 and finally 1700 and maybe one day 2200. But you need to have that a boost. And I applaud Oakwood Homes for what they're doing, because they do see how the community is growing and how you need workforce housing. But I would like to throw away that term of affordable, because it's a throwaway term and everybody uses it and makes it sound like we're doing something great for the community. But how many times do you go out and ask everybody, what's affordable to you? And then actually build to that demographics. Let's go for attainable housing, and that's a housing that anyone can buy and move into, because you're actually building to make a person's home their place. That's all I have to say, but I do support the PUD. And I think that it would help people on both sides of the community, and it isn't breaking up the community. I think it is going to be that piece of the puzzle that helps put the community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to testify? Raise your hand. All right, seeing no more, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now I'm open for a motion on the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z 781. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a, I'm going to run this thing. I'd like to make a motion to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-781.
A motion. Is there a second? Mr. Hughesman?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the findings of the planning, the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, case Z-781. Need to read that title? No?
There's no title.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
For the record, 8 ayes, 1 nay. Mr. Douglas being the nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion on the ordinance. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, I make a motion to approve the ordinance Z-781 on first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Hughesman.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to approve the ordinance. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance number Z781020400506101719. An ordinance approving the Buffalo Hills Ranch Reunion PUD Zone Document Amendment number 5.
Okay. Is there any discussion before I call for a vote? I have a couple things I'd like to say. You know, I got on council in 1999, and I got to watch all of the progress from Eagle Creek was the first development up north, and then River Run, and started to see it fill in, and I got to see Cal Fullwider bring forward the pieces to put Reunion together, and then Shay come into play. And it wasn't that long ago Shay was struggling just to keep up with refreshing some of the mulch and everything else. After having the opportunity to see Oakwood, not understanding or knowing how they would act, some folks mentioned during their testimony that they reached out, they listened, they tried to react to what the residents wanted. I was getting calls from cement truck worked 3 minutes later than what they're allowed to work. And it wasn't just someone from Oakwood trying to deal with the problem. It was Kelly reaching out to the person who had the problem and then going to the people that were doing the work and saying, don't violate this, try to work with our residents. So what I've seen so far from Oakwood, I'm impressed. I'm looking forward to seeing your new development. I will be supportive of the ordinance. I think Oakwood is a good developer, and I think they're going to benefit our community by allowing them to move forward with this PUD amendment. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, the 8 in favor, one opposed, motion carries. Thank you for coming in tonight. All right, next item, Resolution 2019-14, Oil and Gas Focus Group. Is there anyone on council who has any questions? Mr. Teeter?
Sorry, Mayor. Figure out how to get out of this thing.
Here, I can clear it out there.
Okay.
Is there anyone who has any questions on 2019-14? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council on this matter? Sir in the back, come on forward.
Evening, Your Honor and Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I'm a giant, so I don't always know if I project on these microphones as well. Good evening, Mayor, Your Honor, and council members. My name is Chris McGowan, and I am the Associate Director for the Colorado Petroleum Council. The CPC is a division of the American Petroleum Institute and represents all facets of the oil and natural gas industry here in Colorado. CPC and its members companies are committed to ensuring a strong, viable oil and natural gas industry capable of meeting the energy needs of Colorado in a safe and environmentally responsible manner. CPC appreciates the opportunity to comment tonight on the proposed moratorium, on the proposed ordinance. We would like to start by thanking the staff and council and the members for their time and allowing us the opportunity to speak. I know it's late. We appreciate all your hard work. I will make this brief. I am here to express our full support of the council's proposed resolution creating a focus group for the oil and gas issues in Commerce City. As been expressed by the council several times, it is important to have a dialogue between the industry, the city, and local residents regarding oil and gas development in communities. We believe the resolution, as proposed, ordinance as proposed, does just that. By creating a focus group that will allow Commerce City residents to voice their opinions on several different issues, while at the same time respecting the hard work our operators have already put in to address city and resident concerns about development, this ordinance strikes the appropriate balance between the various competing interests and is a very positive step forward for the city. We'd also like to note, I believe this focus group came about regarding several wells. A couple of points on that. You know, Adams County voted down Proposition 112 by a very wide margin. Yet our operators and the operators in the area have decided to come to the table with the council and locate many of those wells at 2,500 feet. I would just like to note that that is another great example of members of our industry coming together to work with residents in the city to ensure that development is compatible and coming together and to work with the city in very good faith. And we are very, very proud of that. Again, as the council considers this ordinance, we strongly urge your support. And as always, we truly appreciate your time and are happy to be of assistance at any point in the future as needed. Thank you very, very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to testify concerning or Resolution 2019-14. Come on up.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff. Ryan Seastrom, 1800 Glenarm Place, Denver, Colorado, with the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I'll keep my comments brief, but COGA does also support this measure as presented in front of Council. We do, however, ask Council that the members of this group be comprised of balanced individuals who are able to have productive conversations with city staff. While we do appreciate the opportunity for public feedback on our projects, we would request that the process be conducted in a timely manner consistent with the interests of all stakeholders. We are extremely appreciative of the City Council and the time that you all and staff have put into this process and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Sir, come on up.
Mike Mayer, 3575 4th Street, Denver. Yeah, how you guys doing tonight?
Good.
One thing I noticed being on ships for a long time is that we're all in the same boat. Doesn't really matter where you are or who you're interacting with. Really, everyone is on technically the same boat, especially Colorado. When I got back, I worked for the U.S. Forest Service for a long time. And in between our layoffs and funding issues, I worked oil and gas. And being part of the Forest Service and as having a background in oil and gas, I look at a lot of these issues and a lot of the bad publicity that Colorado gets. One of the projects that I built, I was superintendent for an oil and gas company, and after the project was done, I looked back and I was really happy of what we did. The amount of professionalism with the crews, the amount of due diligence and environmental protection was second to none. I've been to several other states for oil and gas work, and Colorado is honestly the best I've ever done with. Everything's just to a different level. As a business owner, we do a lot of work in Commerce City. I spent, last year it was about $250,000 between Hudson and R&S Steel in Commerce. And as well as my employees, they're interns from the welding colleges. They spend money here, they live here. In the oil and gas industry, even though it's not the only industry that we do work for, it is one of the better industries that help us grow and helps the welders and the interns and students get better at what they do so they can move on to kind of better things. So, yeah.
Main thing is, I need to know, are you supportive of Resolution 2019-14 or opposed to it?
Supportive of it, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wants to testify? Come on up, young lady. One of the two young ladies, it doesn't matter.
Yes, good evening. Broomfield voters and parts of Denver that are not around fracking directly, they voted, overwhelmingly for yes on 112 and those kinds of things.
Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Patty Sullivan, and I live in Broomfield, and I don't live in the directly fracked place in Broomfield. I just live in the vicinity. Basically, Colorado's not meeting federal air quality standards right now. The smog and ozone are causing a lot of breathing problems, particularly, of course, on the hottest summer days. We are expected to have the hottest temperatures on records this summer. Climate change is real, and it's happening with fossil fuel and the burning of carbon. That's caused by coal and gasoline. So that's why we've moved to solar, and Governor Polis is signed an executive order to move us to electric cars. And I think that's our future, is battery storage. RTD is rolling out an electric shared car that doesn't have a driver, and that's going to be out at the airport, and they are testing that. And all these electric cars, which are zero-emission vehicles, they're not bad to breathe at all when you stand next to them. They are coming online. And Boston is doing a test of the driverless cars that are all electric fleet as well there. So we have a better future ahead of us. We have 18% is coming from solar and 61% of the jobs. So I don't have the statistics with me, but millions of jobs will be created by moving to clean energy with wind and solar and having, battery storage for when the wind's not blowing or the solar's not there. Basically, we have a brighter future. We just need to move to it. If you think about it, if everybody is their own energy owner instead of a few people in a small room being the owners of everything, you have a more democratic situation. If I own my roof, the energy that's coming from my roof, I don't need to go to war in another country to take their resources. I've got the sun coming up every day right here, and I don't need somebody else's resources. And I can't hoard those resources so I can lord my power over other people and create political problems around the world by polluting their air and their water around the world and terrorizing those people. Even the people here in this country, like the people in New York that had to be arrested. A PhD woman had to be arrested to save her water supply in her community because the oil and gas was threatening to frack right by their water supply in New York. The documentary Unfractured has documented what happened, but she was in jail for 8 days. She's a PhD, and she sacrificed for her community, and they decided not to frack the area and save the water supply.
Okay, ma'am, I need to ask you, wait a second, I need to ask you, are you supportive of Resolution 2019-14?
Basically want a pause on permits until further study is done and we know the health implications of the permits.
I understand that. I want to let everybody in the audience know, right now we are considering a Resolution 2019-14, which would create an oil and gas focus group. Are you supportive of an oil and gas focus group?
I just want a pause on permits.
All right, well, this is the wrong time for comment if it's about general oil and gas. This is for our focus to create a focus group. But we appreciate your comments.
Well, I would say if there is a focus group, this woman here, she's wanted to be a part of it. So
all right.
I'll let her go on that.
Well, there's a process that would take place of who would serve on that through a committee that would make appointments. So people can put their name in. They would have the opportunity to interview with that group. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, the legislature is doing a lot of work right now as well.
All right.
So there's a lot of hearings going on a lot with the legislature. My concern is that
I have to get back
sometimes it's chased out of one community and it moves to another community just because they don't have enough people to volunteer to fight it.
I understand that. I have to get back to the focus group.
We have to be fair to all.
Ma'am in the back, please come forward. To testify or to address the council on the matter of the focus group, please.
Elena Molina, 6650 Claremont. I do support this. I think it's very important. The gentleman that I was kind of concerned with his wording, and I know there's going to be an application. I do want to, again, I'm part of this big EMO process for the district, and there was an application process where the community, locals from this community are the ones that are gonna decide the future of our children. And I would like to see also the local community professionals, experts, but also people like me, you know, neighbors, just regular people that pay taxes here too. So I would support this focus group. I would like to see a lot more community involvement, especially a lot more communication to our Latino community, to Spanish-speaking people that are here, they're not even here because they don't know what's going on. I know that the city is trying to let us know. I think I'm part of a group that, yeah, I am part of the Latino Engagement Task Force, which the city of Commerce City made the effort, and I'm so thankful. Brian, thank you so much for all of that. That is just amazing because that gives us hope as a community. 70% of this demographic, whether people want to accept it or not, it is what it is. We're here and we're not going anywhere, you know? So, and keep us in mind, remember us. We are here. We are here. So I would like to make sure that if there is this focus group, I mean, I know that the experts, everybody's looking for their paycheck. I know that. We all need our paycheck, right? And it is what it is. I'm saying it how it is. But I would like to see this community a little bit empower us. The way the district is, they are empowering us as a community, empower us as a community as well. The people that are here, and educate us. If there's a focus group, I would like to know what's up. I mean, I would like to know, just like the way I know about the charter schools now, just like I know about all this corporate stuff, and thanks to also the city educating me and guiding me through certain things. I would like to see, I mean, in this focus group, let me know, so I could also let my community know. Joyeria Londra, I mean, we get most of your Spanish-speaking clients, locals come to our store to tell me everything that's going on in the city that they're afraid to come and tell you. That's why I'm here. They're afraid to go tell the district. They're afraid to tell the police department, which is why it's amazing what the police department is doing with us now. That it's truly, that is uniting communities. I would totally support this, but I would love to see a lot more local community involvement. And we need to put our 2 cents in. This concerns us, right? God bless you.
It's for residents only. You'll be able to sign up.
Okay.
And be considered for a position.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Guillermo. Guillermo, I'm not going to forget you. Guillermo, I need to make sure you know this isn't about parking. It's the focus group.
Oh.
All right. That's all I care about.
Hey, I speak up.
All right.
Look, I'm for it. Reasons, I've been to Weld County. I've seen the equipment that they use. I've seen the facilities, and they look terrible. The color they got on some of this stuff, you're talking about building, you know, all these homes and all that stuff that we just talked about. But yet they come in and their stuff looks like crap. Yet along 104th, we want everything to look nice and pretty and everything. But when it comes to the community, we don't care what they're going to put up there. There's got to be something there eventually. Something's going to happen. We know that. Signs and all that type of stuff. We were supposed to have all these signs that were supposed to meet this ordinance and that ordinance. They're still square all along 104th because building hasn't finished yet. So what I'm saying is we worked well on that first well that we conversed and had a resolution to talk it over. People got mad, people at each other's throats, but at the end, it came out. And all we need is more time to discuss it. Just by what you heard tonight. Give the community the opportunity to talk about it a little bit more and see what can be done or what cannot be done. You got all these administrators over here, but you only have so many administrators over here that have to take care of the city. These guys are always working on oil. What I didn't see tonight, and I'll mention it again, is diversity. They talk about jobs when this thing passed. Take a look out there. How many are here that are hired by that company in these positions? Yet they say they want to be fair. Our community is not getting that part of it. Our kids need those part of the jobs. We don't have any numbers, okay? We don't have inspectors, and yet we're part of that community that you want to build, and we want to support. So give us that opportunity by making it a little bit longer, and they can be patient. It was said before. So, yes, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Is there any discussion from the city council? Seeing none. Mr. Guardiola.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that this process would be the same as any other board and commission, to be fair to all the other boards and commissions. So it would go through an interview process, applications would be out. So just to point to Lucy's, to make a point to Lucy, that it will go through the same process as any boards, commissions that the city has.
Any other discussion? Mr. Douglas.
And this would, oh, sorry about that. And this process wouldn't take place until the 1st of April for the first interview, is that correct?
Brian, is that correct? April? I thought it was,
I'm not sure what the
I thought it was
timeline is.
March, April, May, but I don't recall.
I don't think it was that
Look
soon.
to
I
staff.
thought it was
Thought it was earlier. Was it April?
I thought it was later.
Did you?
Because we still need time to implement all this. We
Mayor,
can't
if I may?
just.
You may.
Our next round of quarterly interviews are April 6th, the
Thanks.
first Saturday of the month.
April 6th would be the next round of interviews. So you are correct, Steve, April.
I was correct.
Any other questions or comments from the council? I'm open for a motion. Mr. Hughesman.
Motion to approve Resolution 2019-14 Oil and Gas Focus Group.
Mr. Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Oil and Gas Focus Group, Resolution 2019-14. City Attorney, please read that title.
Resolution 2019-14, resolution establishing temporary oil and gas focus group.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. All right, that brings us to ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2195, Defense Council First Appearance Grant Acceptance. Is there anyone on council that has any questions regarding ordinance 2195? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion. Mr. Hughesman.
Motion to approve Ordinance 2195, Defense Council First Appearance Grant Exception as by council as seated on first reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Frank.
I'll second that motion.
There are a motion and a second to approve Ordinance 2195 on first reading. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2195, an ordinance amending the 2019 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Defense Council First Appearance Grant of $41,400 for the Defense Council First Appearance Program and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Call for a roll call vote. For the record, 8 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries. Next item, get to presentations. Start with the Cultural Council presentation. I'd like to invite members of the Cultural Council forward to introduce themselves and make their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deborah Bullock, 6130 Ivanhoe Street. I'm here tonight just to give you an update on what we've been doing on Cultural Council for the last year. Our objectives tonight are to talk to you about the history, review our 2018 activities and our successes and challenges, to share our plans for 2019, explore and discuss future opportunities, and review our regional arts and cultural programs. So I think you have history in front of you, right, Daniela?
We have some handouts.
So hopefully eventually you will get the an overview of the history of the Cultural Council in Commerce City. But just for a few pointers, it was started in 1989. In 1991, they obtained their 501c3 status. And since from 1991 to about 2009, they had the same president, and that was Charlene Jaramillo. And when she resigned as president, the city reassessed goals for the Cultural Council to establish what they were going to do going forward from there. In 2010, a new board was appointed. A new logo was designed, which is what you see on the screen. And we started an annual Music in the Park concert series. And in 2013, the Public Art Master Plan was adopted by you, the City Council. And in 2015, established the Charlene Jaramillo Scholarship Fund, which we give out every November to one of our students in an art show. And in 2015, the city hired a public art consultant, hired to manage the public art selection projects that we have done for the 2K projects. And I think you're aware of who that is. That's Kendall Peterson. So our board members are myself. Vice President is Kristen Henning. Other members are Christy Douglas, Ed Hansen, Joel Georgia, Gary Kidd, Lucy Molina, Abe Ramirez, Angela Ramirez, Kathy Teeter, and Jacob Wilson. And our 2 city council representatives are Crystal Elliott and Jose Guardiola. We do have 2 vacancies, 1 alternate and 1 regular member. In 2018, our volunteer hours were 548 hours. In 2018, our successes that we're very proud of were the Memorial Day Parade. We attend that every year. We attend the neighborhood outreaches in June and August. This last year was our first year to join with the police department and the fire department for the National Night Out Kickoff event. We supplied the entertainment for that event. The Magnolia Art Space grand opening in the fall, we partnered with them with all their art spaces. And we did have a couple Cultural Council members have an art space and sell some of their artwork. We did our Music in the Park. In July and August, we had about over 1,700 attendees. And we did raise some money from our food trucks. Our student art shows that we continue to do in the winter and the spring. The spring art shows consist of Adams 14 and 27J. And we sponsor either food or prizes for those art shows. And then in 2018, we also had some sponsorships, which was quite a bit difference from 2017. As you can see, we went from 2,000 in public sponsorships to 13,000. And we were very happy with that number. We also received some grants. We received one from the city, the Quality Community Foundation, a scientific and cultural facilities grant for $54,000, and a public art grant for Eagle Point Recreation Center. Our board growth and involvement are growing. We almost have a full board. We have a great board now. Everyone's really engaged on the board, and we feel like it's going to be very successful. We do have Daniela that helps us from the city, and that's a big help. And we have actually identified her role versus our role on the board, which has been very successful. Our public art installations, we've done several around town, and our two most recent for 2018 was the Bison Ridge, and those were, I think, by far the best art pieces we have selected. The Bisons, they're awesome. And then we have just done the artwork at the Eagle Point Recreation Center. And we do have Cultural Council members sit on that board, on the committee, with other community volunteers. Our challenges as a board are, one thing is it's an all volunteer board, so the time commitment can be overwhelming and causes board turnover. And when you have board turnover, you lose the knowledge of the people on the board. But it's very time consuming, and people, have full-time jobs and children and all the activities in their lives. And so just bringing Daniela on to support us was a huge step to help us be more successful. We also have budget constraints. We have a lot of ideas, a lot of things that we would like to do, but everything that you want to do requires money or requires the time to organize it and get it done. So we continue to focus on that and try to get more sponsorships and grants. And our social media has been inconsistent for us. We do need experienced members, and we do have one now. It's Joel Georgia, and he is helping us with some of our social media to try to get us consistent on that. For 2019, the Tower Road and Fonterra Public Arts Selection Committees are currently meeting, and we will hopefully see some great artwork along Tower Road when they finish that. We have created a board orientation that we will do with all new board members, and we would like to develop an arts and cultural master plan for the city, which is something that we're going to need help with. It's not something that our board can do by themselves. And we would like to implement an inventory and maintenance plan for all of the public art. Fundraisers and sponsorships we will continue to develop. And we are looking at maybe adding a new cultural event, something that we can do as a yearly event for the Cultural Council. And we would like to create a public art brochure. Future opportunities are closer partnerships with local artists and musicians. We would like to create an adult art show, explore additional grant funding. Couple that we'd like to explore: the National Endowment for the Arts grants, public art matching funds with the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District. A major sponsor would be something that we're looking at as well. And expanded arts and cultural events. There's a few things that we're trying to come up with, like I said, for the yearly event that we do. that could be fundraising and a cultural event. Ongoing public art installations beyond 2K will continue also to take place. And we would really like to, in the future, have some type of an arts and cultural master plan that we can better align and collaborate with the city to meet the needs of our citizens. So what we mean by that is this slide here where we've done, the next slide, go ahead. City comparisons of what people do for their arts and cultural facilities. So you can look at some of our neighbors here at what they're doing. And our box, we do have Daniela, who is our, well, we have Daniela and we have our community liaison with public art consultant. Our budget, if you look at our budget compared to some of the other city budgets, it's very low. And our public art master plan, which was adopted in 2015, it was really a great thing that, that you adopted that, because we have a lot of great public art now in the city. And it's just a great asset to have. So thank you for appointing us, and thank you for trusting us to do this work in Commerce City. And also thank you for your financial support and the use of the storage space at the Commerce City Heritage and Cultural Center. Ed, do you have anything to add?
Just wait till you see what we approved for Tower Road. You're going to love it. I can't wait to show it to you. We did start an adult art display, a rotating photographic display in the 2 rec centers. If you haven't seen it yet, get a chance and check it out. But like Deborah says, thank you for all your support, your moral support, your financial support. We love seeing you out at our events and hope to see more of you this coming year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lucy, thank you.
Muchas gracias por la comida. Thank you for the food, and thank you for Daniela. God bless you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, capital program update. Brian?
Thought we were skipping that.
KipCAC, is that one we're skipping?
Yeah, the last, these next 3 presentations we've shifted, so we're
Okay.
down to Administrative Council business.
Administrative Council business. All right, Mr. McBroom, make the monthly oil and gas update presentation, please. Just kind of surprised all the people that wanted more information about what we're doing on oil and gas have left, but hopefully they'll watch the video.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is the, normally this is the 3rd Monday of the month that we give this presentation, but because we do not have that meeting, we will be providing that presentation to you tonight. The format tonight is relatively similar to the previous months. As far as actual oil and gas permit applications for city applications, so far the city has not received any oil and gas operations. The 2As that have been submitted to the state are temporarily on hold until such time there's an opportunity for the city and the public to provide a second round of comments at some point in the future. As far as spacing applications, there was mentioned earlier today that there were some additional spacing applications that were submitted today. Staff has not received notification from the COGCC about those applications, but we certainly have an opportunity to look into those. So the list you see before you does not reflect a potential for those additional spacing applications. We will certainly look into that coming out of this meeting tonight. Form 2 applications, there have been no new Form 2 applications since the presentation in January, and similarly no new 2A applications since the presentation in January. The map showing the spacing applications and well pad sites is in front of you. This remains unchanged from last month. You will notice the hatched area near the Jacobson pad, which shows
the fact that there are 2 spacing applications, one going north, one going south, that have not been approved due to the overlapping nature of those applications. As far as general updates, staff has continued to have discussions with Extraction Oil and Gas regarding the potential for a regional operating agreement and best management practices, or BMPs. Should there be a formal submittal by Extraction for the regional operating agreement, it should be noted, I think Mr. Sheasley noted this earlier tonight a few different times, that there would be a public process to that, including a 21-day comment period prior to any decision being made about regional operating agreement. There was also a couple of study sessions over the past month regarding the potential for a focus group that council then voted on earlier tonight. Staff continues to meet with South Adams County Fire District, Brighton Fire District, including our own internal emergency management operation, emergency operations manager, regarding language and emergency response and evacuation plans that would eventually need to be incorporated into any individual oil and gas application that would be submitted by a potential operator. Those conversations have been very fruitful. The 2 fire districts in particular have learned a lot of information regarding how the best operations are working in Weld County, and we are going to have the opportunity to utilize that information when we formulate specific emergency response plans at that time. Further, staff continues to meet with FHU regarding the potential traffic impact fee related to oil and gas. As I mentioned last month, there will probably, in the next couple of months, probably be a public outreach regarding that traffic impact fee that the industry, public, any other interested stakeholder can participate in. And at this point, that is the monthly update that staff has, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions council may have.
Any questions for Chris on the oil and gas update? I have a few comments, Chris. I think it was great that we had a good showing of people tonight with concerns. However, a lot of the information, people calling me, emailing me, the emails and everything else, led everybody to believe that there was decisions being made tonight, that we were meeting with Extraction Oil and Gas. There was a lot of false narratives going out. After I talked to some of these folks that called me, they were surprised because of what they were told and what actually was happening. We're not meeting with Extraction. None of the council works for Extraction. Nobody has family members that work for Extraction, and you know, there's a lot of that being thrown around, and frankly, I'm open for positive discussions, working towards the betterment of the safety of this community, and I believe all 9 council members are trying to get there. What's not being discussed in the emails that I see going out to the residents is the fact that we are trying to have our staff push through negotiations to push these pad sites further away from homes, reduce how many pad sites there would be. They're not getting any of that information. The gentleman that talked to me said, oh no, I was just told that the city council's not doing their job and that they're trying to work with the oil and gas companies. And I think that that is a false accusation. And when I hear people stand up here and testify that things are being lied about, I think it's on both sides, if anything. And it's important that we do our best to get information out. And if residents want information about what the city's doing, they need to go to our website. They need to come in and talk to the folks that are dealing directly with the issue, like Chris and his team, because the false information that's getting out there, I don't think is beneficial to the discussions that we're having. So I have to state that, and I have to make a point that this was a perfect meeting. If I didn't want to be here because there were protesters or because there was activity going on, I had a lot of other things to do with my family today, of all days. But I made it a point to be here, regardless if I didn't have time to go home, put a suit on or anything else. I was here to support my team and my residents. We live here too, and we're doing the very best we can to ensure the safety of the public. No permits have been issued. No agreements have been done. Nobody has done anything on this council other than work towards the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Yes, landowners, developers, everybody else has sold their oil rights. The state of Colorado controls what happens, and we have to do the best with what little we have to work to move these things to be in the best appropriate places that we can for the safety of our residents. And we're working within the confines of the law of the state of Colorado, and yes, that may change. There was also some information that tonight I heard that I have to clarify because my staff actually brought it to my attention, and I want to bring it up. Was residents' knowledge regarding oil and gas operations. There are only 15% of our residents that are very informed. But according to that same survey, there are 48% that are somewhat informed. And so I always see after I say something that somebody always tries to misconstrue what I've said. And I had a gentleman tonight said 112 that I mentioned that 60% of the voters voted for it. And then he said, well, it was heavily funded. And I get that. And I said that when I made that statement, I said that some people would say that it was because it was heavily funded. And then it gets twisted around. And so I want our residents to know there are 63% of our residents that feel they are somewhat informed. That's still not enough for me. I still would like our residents to have more information. I absolutely don't like to see my council members or myself be lied about or sent down a different track because of people's personal opinions. I have my personal opinions too. I have chose for 20 years to set my personal opinions aside to do my best to be non-partial to make decisions. You know, and I hear from people that I have a lot of respect for, like Guillermo Cerna, come up and say, do the right thing. Well, I could tell you right now, I want someone to come up here and tell me where we have done the wrong thing on oil and gas to this day. I don't see it, and I know you're all worried and you all have your own opinions. But I took an oath that I'll uphold the state laws and the federal laws of this country and state, and I'll hold our municipal laws accountable. And yes, public safety is #1 priority for me, and I truly believe the other 8 people that serve beside me. So I want to make it very clear. If you are concerned that there is anything going on regarding oil and gas, instead of reading propaganda and showing up to fight a fight that's not going on, contact the staff, find out what's going on. That agenda was put out over a month ago. And this didn't all come to a head until after our retreat on Saturday, when information got out that there was some big concern that there was some underhanded thing that's going on at this council. There is no underhanded activity going on. Public safety is #1 most importance to this community. I want more people to be more informed about what's going on, but I would ask that the people that are spreading false propaganda to be more factual. Don't twist my words around. Don't twist the facts around. If we are having a meeting and not making a decision and there's no permits that have been let, no permits that we're considering, we heard our attorney say, after these negotiations take place and we would come to some resolve, there's 21 days worth of citizen input. Every email I read today was that we were not going to allow the citizens to speak or give input. We're being as transparent as we can be, above and beyond what would be required of us. So all I ask is some respect for the people that serve up here that are trying to do the right job. All right. Any other council administrative business? Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Was it last week, we were up in Brighton, and we had our 27J joint meeting with Brighton 27J. And Troy Smith, you had some slideshows you were showing to the audience about oil and gas. Is there a way you can publicize that on, is that, since it was a public meeting, can you publicize that on our city website? Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Teeter.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to point out to the people watching, or maybe you're just tuning in or whatever, and I would like to make the point that I would say at least half the people that came tonight and testified against oil and gas were not Commerce City residents. I know it's their right to come to our city and testify one way or the other, but I'd like to point that out that like Sean said, maybe we need to get more word out for our own citizens to make sure everybody's, we get up in the 75–80% that's informed, or even higher if we can. But to have people coming in from other districts, not in Commerce City, to me is, I just feel I had to say it. Thank you. I know if my wife was here, she'd be kicking me under the table right now, but that's the way I feel about it.
Whose phone was that, by the way?
I owe you $5.
No, you just give that to the attorney. He'll handle it, put it in the slush fund. Don't use it for Dairy Queen. All right, just saying. Mr. Guardiola.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something about the Cultural Council, is that the rotating art exhibit at Bison Ridge and Eagle Point, they're specifically for Commerce City artists. And it's a big point that we brought that up during the council meeting, so we could showcase our own, whether they're adults or kids. So when you see those art displays in Bison Ridge and Eagle, those are our Commerce City residents' art. So
Thank you, Jose. Councilwoman Frank.
So I would like to make a request that a letter is sent to the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment that Steve Douglas's opinions are not those of council from when he testified on January 17th.
State that again, Councilwoman Frank, so I fully understand what you were saying.
I would like a letter to be sent to the Colorado Department of Health and the Environment that Steve Douglas's opinions are not those of council when he testified on January 17th. And he spoke as an elected official, and I would like a letter to be sent that those are his opinions, which is fine, but just not those of council.
All right, is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion to send a letter to the Department of Public Health, just stating that the opinion of Mr. Douglas during his testimony is his opinion and not the opinion of the city?
Correct.
Well, I've got a motion on the floor. Let me get a second. I'll go to discussion. Is there a second? I've got so many things lit up for administrative business. It's hard for me to decide raise your hand if you want a second. Mr. Huseman.
Yes, I'd like to second Councilwoman Frank's motion on sending a letter clarifying the personal opinions versus the elected official body's opinions.
All right. Now I have a motion and a second. I'll go to discussion. Mr. Douglas?
Yes, I made it perfectly clear at our last regular meeting that I stated I'm here on my own accord. I'm not here voicing my opinion for council. But also I'd let them know that they asked for elected officials to speak, and I am elected official. So no way that I was speaking for council. I did say I'm here on my own accord, as I do when I go down to State House to testify. So for you to send a letter, that's in error because I never said I was speaking for council.
All right. Any other discussion? Raise your hand if you have discussion, because I got stuff lit up for administrative business. I'll say something. I don't think this is a negative implication to you, Steve. I think it's just clarifying, and I know in your comments you said that the average resident was given 3 minutes, you were given 15 because you were a local elected official.
Yep.
And I think that all this is doing is stating, hey, we just want to make sure that you understand this is Mr. Douglas's opinion and not the opinion of the rest of the council. I don't think it's negative towards you at all.
I stated that there. I don't know if I can send a letter, but if that's what you want, that's fine.
Okay, so let me see, is there any other discussion? Crystal?
Just a quick point.
Yep.
Just a quick point that I want to point out, and where there is no ill intent, we still represent a body of 9, which is very unfortunate at times, because there's a lot of times that you can find yourself in a position where you want to speak your opinion, but it's unfortunate because everyone views us as a body of 9, even if we try to reiterate that we're not. So again, not to go against you, Steve, but I get that all the time. Anytime I'm at the grocery store and someone asks me something, I have to really be thoughtful of what I'm saying and understand that what I say to this person is actually representation of everyone that I sit up here with. So I think I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries. 8 ayes, 1 nay. Moving on in administrative council business. Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, wasn't going to say anything about this, but I sat here throughout the evening, and it's late hours of the evening or the night, actually. We even amended our agenda to accommodate having these discussions, and I feel that it's credible for the fact that we sat here longer than we probably needed to, for the most part, because we wanted to hear from our citizens. We wanted to support them. We wanted to make them aware that we are making sound decisions. And this is hard, to be up here and feel that you're being bashed, you're on Facebook posts, you're tagged on things, and you're being filmed where you're walking from one room to the next. It's hurtful because, for the simple fact that we do care. I live in this community. I've grown up in this community. I live very close to the refinery as well. I guess I take it personal because, for the simple fact that I make myself available to anyone. My information's on the website, my phone number, my email. People that were in the audience this evening know me personally. So to hear that we are not making attempts to communicate to our residents, that's their opinion. In the same sense, could we do better? Of course, but we have to be able to meet each other halfway. And so I had held my comments, but after Rick shared his insight, I just decided I felt like I needed to just say this, just for the simple fact that I do care. I grew up here. This is home to me, and I know that my colleagues up here feel very passionate about it as well, because it is tough to sit up here and make these decisions knowing that you are probably perceived as something other than being truthful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Mr. Douglas.
Yes. There's been a survey that's going out from the city, and I had someone talk to me the other day in the store. One of the questions was, do you live north or south? I'm not sure if you're aware of those questionnaires that are going out, sent out from the city.
Is it from the city?
Yeah, that was from the city.
Do you by any chance have a picture of the survey or a copy of the survey? We're trying to see if
I
we
can
know
get
what
that
survey you're
information
speaking
and send it to you.
of. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, that's the last thing we need, is to be divisive. So thanks for bringing that up. Mr. Davis.
Now, I just want to briefly talk about the misinformation today as well. Like all of you, my phone lit up, my emails lit up, and I was taken back by some of the calls I got. There were a couple of angry people that wanted to know why we were meeting, and you know, I can't talk about a lot of it, obviously, because that's why it's called executive session. But what I will tell you is misinformation in the law enforcement world, where I come from, spreads rapidly. And when the media gets involved, you just sit back as a police officer and wait for tomorrow's headlines. I can tell you what tomorrow's headlines are, because that was my phone that I was looking at that went off. And tomorrow's headlines, tonight's headlines on Fox News is Commerce City considers proposal to install 160 fracking wells. That's the takeaway of the misinformation that was brought to us tonight. And that's what we as a council and we as a city are going to have to deal with tomorrow. And you know, once that's out there, it's out there. So people are going to wake up tomorrow morning and read that in our community, and our phones are going to ring. And you just got to watch what you say when you spread information, because this is the end result. That's all I have to say.
All right. Seeing no more administrative council business. Yes, sir. Yep.
I can't.
Mr. Huseman.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Earlier this evening, I approached in a private conversation the idea of changing our land development codes so that any matter that is going through the administrative process that needs to be kicked up to the council for further review or action should be at the discretion of the city manager to do so. I bring that up. There is an issue that is going on in the city, and I don't want to disclose too much regarding that. I'm going to let the city manager do that. But I am not confident in the current process that it is working the way that it should, and so I'd like to see that change made. So I'm making a motion that we amend the LDC for that, or at least have staff prepare amendments for us to vote on.
All right. I think the appropriate thing is just what you just said. Have the staff prepare whatever needs prepared to amend that. Is there any other administrative council business? Robert? You need a vote on the council?
If that's a motion, then there's a second, then you could.
Okay, so there's a motion to direct staff to prepare the documents necessary to make said amendments. Is there a second? Mr. Teeter?
I will second that.
All right, I have a second for Mr. Teeter. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Any other administrative council business? Seeing none. We'll go into reports. City manager.
No further report tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to note, I've been asked to join the Municipal League's amicus committee, which is a group of attorneys that reviews requests for the league to participate as a friend of the court in various appellate trial proceedings. I wanted to run that by council if there's not an objection to me assisting with that. It's a couple meetings a month. So.
Does anybody have an objection of the attorney joining said organization?
No.
Seeing none?
Thank you. That's it for my report.
That's it, huh? I got a little bit of a report. I think in most communities, given my situation last night and all day today, most mayors would have said, I'm busy. Go ahead without me. And I wasn't going to do that. I was at the hospital all night last night. I got home very early in the morning, and I went to work this morning, and then had to go back to the hospital. I spent the afternoon there, and my grandson was born 8 pounds, 7 ounces, 20 inches long, and I had just enough time to see him and my daughter-in-law be able to get on E470 to get here 3 minutes after 6 o'clock to run a meeting in a t-shirt and blue jeans. And I'm telling you, after all the years that I've served this community, it's the first time I've ever come to a council meeting dressed in blue jeans and a t-shirt. And it was probably the meeting most mayors or council members would have took the advantage of staying home or being with their family because of the chaos and the length of the agenda that I could have avoided. I didn't avoid it because I want to make sure that the residents know I'm here to do my job and that I will face it head on. Regardless how many people show up, Some people think that this is a lot of people that was here tonight. We had a pit bull thing in the auditorium over at the rec center. There was 500 people. We had rental certifications that I dealt with that had 500 people. It's okay for you to come and talk to me. I don't care. I appreciate your opinion. All I care about is please don't force your opinion on someone that is also opinionated. Try to work the right angle, because the wrong angle, unfortunately, does drive people the other way. So I grew up in this town. I live here. I have kids here. I have grandkids here. And I will tell you, most importantly, treat your neighbor with respect. And if you disagree with something, don't always watch the news and see what's going on all over the country that ain't right. Sit down and have a conversation. And there's a guy in this room that I can tell you, me and him disagreed more than any two people in this town ever. And Guillermo will tell you, we did it for the right reasons. And at the end of the day, I think we have more respect for each other than probably anybody else in town. But we accomplished, and we set out and gave our word, and we never faltered on that word, and we did what we said we were going to do. And he knows he can call me. He also knows that I may disagree, but I will always do my job, and I will always keep my personal opinion to myself so that I can make a determination based on my community. And nights like tonight make me have to reiterate that, because I see people in this community that have been here for a couple years, or they're not from our community, and they come in here and they tell us what we need to do, that they live in Boulder or they live in Broomfield. They have the right to come here and speak. But I will tell you, I live here. I wouldn't do nothing to harm my family, my grandkids. I go out of office in November. I don't have to hold back. I can tell you what I feel and how I mean. But as I told this whole council, when my personal opinions come out after I'm no longer the mayor, you may be glad that I'm not sending a message that that's the message of the city council. Because I'm very opinionated, and I can't wait to take the gloves off. So in November, I will take the gloves off. But today, I will keep my opinions to myself, and I will do my job. So that is my report. There is nothing further to come before the council of the City of Commerce City. We're adjourned.